Deputy Speaker.
I call the clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 1, grievance debate.
The question is that grievances be noted. I call the member for New England.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And today is an absolute genuine grievance. I had the displeasure in the last couple of days to once more return to my electorate where we see the infliction that's happened on us by reason of the intermittent power industry, the wind towers, the solar panels, the swindles, the absolute swindle that is on not only regional Australia but also on the people of Australia with power prices they can't afford, pushing people from poverty into their cars, decimating heavy industry, destroying such things as Tomago's smelter, putting major industry at risk, making our nation poorer. I also had the capacity to go to England, where I saw a country that has been completely destroyed by their ludicrous following of the intermittent power swindle, their quest for net zero. They now have basically deindustrialised England. As I went around, I had people who just couldn't run their air conditioners. I remember going to a hotel and one of the things that you noted everywhere was no air conditioners. We asked the hotel whether they could put on the air conditioning and they said they'd have to take it to the management. Even when we offered them £50, they wouldn't put it on. The last motel I stayed in was the Radisson, hardly a cheap place, no air conditioning. Why? Because England has butchered their power grid system and now they're suffering the sins. It is economically in a whole basket case. Their social security bill is about equivalent to their total tax take. And guess what? We're doing it to Australia. We're doubling up. There are other countries that have done the same. Obviously, Germany has managed to deindustrialise itself and it is now, by the reason of their bizarre view, that they also will follow intermittent power, wind towers and solar panels. So we don't need to look beyond, we can look beyond Australia to see what's coming our way. Now, we had the problems from the intermittent power industry, the swindle factories, all about local employment. In my area, there's a town called Kentucky. It's a village of 305 people, 301 people. It's getting a little bit of an influx of people. They're going to come in demountables. We call them dongers. 1,200 beds going into a village of 301 people. None of them local. None of them local. A large proportion, and good luck and God bless them, from the Philippines and Bolivia. I don't know how that's going to go in Kentucky, but my suggestion is not very well. Then down the road is Walker Road, another village probably of around about 50 people. They're getting 800 people coming in demountables. Our district is losing its mind over what is being done to us. You are dividing us up with transmission lines. You are basically devastating the landscape with wind towers and solar panels. You can go to other areas such as barley fields near Armidale where so many people said we used to look out over paddocks, cattle, the countryside. Now we look over a black sea of photovoltaic cells. The value of our place has crashed. It doesn't have the value anymore. Yet we have the absurdity of these liars turning up telling us your value of your place will increase. So when we put it to them, say, why don't we get a valuation now and a valuation after your swindle factory goes in and you can pay us the difference? Of course they won't do that because it's premised on a swindle. It's premised on the same swindle, which is the secret capacity investment schemes. Secret. Taxpayers' money, but it's secret. No one's allowed to see it. Even the budget papers, not for publication. What other forms of spending do we have away from defence that the Australian taxpayer who pays for it is not allowed to see the details of it? Of course, we now have even more. I have, in the examples, because they're ringing me up, one person who is living in a house that they have leased off the council for years on a place. The transmission line people turn up with 2 bodyguards to remove them from their place. This is what you're doing to Australia now. 2 bodyguards to remove them from their house. This is the benevolence of the intermittent power industry, the renewables. This is how beautiful it is. In another place in the Upper Hunter, families who I can give the name to, Crouches, found the intermittent power swindle factories industry, the transmission lines, actually on their place. They'd gone through the sign that said no trespassers. They'd gone past the sign saying it was a biosecurity issue. They'd driven over their fences and cut them. They found them on their place and said, what on earth are you doing on private property? And they said, well, you know, we're working out where the transmission lines are going to go. I said, did you ask permission? No, they don't. That's what's happening to us. That's why we hate it. That's why we hate it. And then, you know, it wasn't just that. The other people have said, we just arrived back at our house and here were complete strangers, uninvited. The transmission line company, Energy Co. Now we're getting the reports back that in this swindle factory, see, the way the swindle works is they invest the money, then the Commonwealth taxpayer, us, pay them a guaranteed return of about 80% of their costs. So what they're doing, they're building as large as possible and just cutting the corners on some of the fundamental parts of it. So the cabling in some of the swindle factories' solar precincts is not up to specification. And as it's not up to specification, it's causing fires and has to be dug back out and replaced. There are whole sections of these swindle factories that just don't work. But it doesn't worry them because the capacity investment scheme covers for it. Now, why do people hate Australia so much to do this to us? What did regional Australia, what did Australia in general do to deserve this to happen to them? How on earth is this better than a coal-fired power plant? How on earth is this better than the alternative? I mean, if you want swindle factories, you can put them on North Head. You can put them on Middle Harbour. They'll work there perfectly well. You can put them off your beaches. They'll work there. But you don't want them because you know what a blight, what a parasitic industry and a parasitic piece of infrastructure they are. And this is the hypocrisy of it. You want it for somebody else and you want somebody else to pay for them. That's the taxpayer. You demand that we use that product. You create legislation so we have to use that product. I mean, I don't know how worse socialism can get, but that's about the pinnacle of it. Anybody who stands behind the swindle factories are socialists. They believe in socialism. They believe in the power of the government to determine the outcome explicitly of one of the fundamentals of your economy, which is energy. The only reason we don't have coal-fired power stations is we created the legislation to put them out of business. Additionally, I went to the Hunter Valley, where the Labor Party are going to take a total bath. They are going to take a total bath in seats, and they know it, and Chris Minns knows it, and the polling knows it. They're going to absolutely take a bath because you've gone to those people and said, your industry is evil. Coal mining is evil, and the safeguard mechanism has created the environment where they have to shut down coal mines. And so people who had houses, had kids in their local Catholic school, had a car, they're all apparently evil. And they're going to be put out of a job. The Labor Party putting labourers out of a job. For this is the idiocy of the swindle factory, the idiocy of the intermittent power industry. Now, what I can say is all these secret agreements and then, wink, wink, nod, nod, we won't tell anybody about it, we'll be down here as lobbyists, we're all righteous, this is all about global warming. It's got nothing to do with global warming. It's about a select clique of people making an extraordinary amount of money. That's secret. And if it's funny, table it. Let's see it. Let's see the transparency of it. But you'll never do that. You'll never do that, will you? You should, but you won't. So when it's all over, because it's so above board, you'll have no problem with having a Royal Commission into it. Have no problem having a Royal Commission into it. There's already people who died constructing the wind towers. Got no problems with that. No, so let's have a Royal Commission. And all these secret agreements, you're on notice, all these secret agreements are going to come out. And you'll have to stand behind them and explain them. How did you get that return? Who did you know? What was behind that agreement? Why did that happen? Why did it go that way, not this way in your path? How did you formulate this? Why did you keep it secret? Why did you keep it secret? So you're on notice. So get involved with the swindle industry, go up to your eyeballs in it, but be ready to go before a Royal Commission and then explain it. And if we can put together if a brief can be put together by a Royal Commission that suggests corruption, then you'll be able to spend some time at His Majesty's leisure, in the facility of somebody else's choosing.
Thank you. The question is that grievances be noted, and I call the member for Griffith.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. In my family home, 3 of Peter Drew's Aussie posters hang above our dining table. To me, they say something simple about this country. Australia belongs to all of us. Belonging is one of the most basic promises a country makes to its people. Racism breaks that promise. Sometimes racism enters public life through words spoken, including sometimes in this place. Sometimes it's pasted across a wall. For a decade, Peter Drew's Aussie posters have appeared on walls across Australia. He launched the series in 2016 and has sprung up around the nation ever since, about 5,000 of these posters nationally, each printed and coloured by hand. Over the past few weeks, many have popped up across my local community in Brisbane, including several near my home in Norman Park. I was heartened to see these renowned works of art appear in my very own community. On Sunday, 2 racist far-right nationalists continued their petty campaign, cowardly in the night, by pasting hateful material across these posters. They attempted to hijack this art about belonging and turn it into a threat, suggesting to Australians of colour, "You are not one of us." But, Deputy Speaker, they are so very wrong, and my community is calling them out. On Sunday, I was travelling between community events in West End and Cannon Hill when I saw these defaced posters. I felt anger. It wasn't the kind that settles and fades, but the kind that lands in your stomach and propels your limbs to act. So I went home, I grabbed a stepladder, the best tool available, which was a squidgy on a long pole, and I took my tallest son. He asked where we were going, and I told him to fight racists. He jumped in the car so quickly, quicker than you could believe, that little fella. As we started removing the hateful material, Jacob, a neighbour, a community member who I don't know, he was driving past and he stopped his car to come and help us. Scott brought a tall ladder and a paint scraper, thanks to his wife Sonia. Locals shouted out, "Thank you." They put their hands on their hearts in gratitude. Racism has absolutely no place in our community. These far-right nationalists tried to tell Brisbane who belongs. Brisbane answered them loud and clear. I will not repeat their names, the names of the far-right nationalists. Let Hansard and Stan record Jacob and Scott and the community that refused to let hate speak for Griffith. Deputy Speaker, Peter Drew's work has been part of my family life for years. One of the first gifts I gave my husband was a set of 3 Aussie posters. Together, these posters could not be more quintessentially Australian. Together, they read, "Aussie, Aussie, Aussie." They hang in our dining room. They have watched over meals, heartfelt conversations, family celebrations. My children have grown up underneath their faces. The portraits come from records held by the National Archives of Australia and show people forced to apply for certificates of exemption from the dictation test under the White Australia policy. The dictation test operated from 1901 to 1958, and until its abolishment, not a single person passed it. Non-white Australians needed exemption papers to travel or risk being locked out of their own country. Officials photographed them, recorded their features, and often took their handprints. Peter Drew took those records and put them in public view. Beneath each face, he placed a single word, Aussie, an act to challenge exclusionary definitions of Australian national identity. Australian identity does not belong to one race, one faith, or one family story. To deface this work with racist material is not clever. It is not satire nor debate. It's a deliberate attempt to alienate and to intimidate. I call it for what it is, racism. Griffith rejects it. Peter's work opens a conversation about Australians excluded from our national story. Far-right nationalist ideology tries to intimidate Australians living here now. Peter's iconic work represents the inclusive, warm, welcoming Australia I believe in and challenges the narrowed, exclusionary definitions of Australian identity pushed by our political opponents. Deputy Speaker, in 1996, when I was 15, now Senator Hanson used her first speech here to claim that Australia was being swamped by Asians. Those words frightened families and gave others permission to say their quiet, ugly part out loud. At 16, I helped establish Young Australians for Anti-Racism and Reconciliation. I have opposed Senator Hanson's politics ever since, and I will keep doing so. If this is the political boss fight to be had, I have been preparing for this my entire life. Political leaders carry a heavy duty. Our words can draw Australians together or put a target on our neighbours' backs. Fear and division, weaponised for political gain, can become slurs on a wall. Nothing weakens our social cohesion more than people who use our differences to try and drive us apart. And Deputy Speaker, any honest account of belonging in Australia must begin with the people who have always belonged here. Our First Nations people are first Australians and the oldest continuous cultures on earth. Every non-Indigenous family story in Australia begins with arrival. Some came in hope, some fled war or persecution, others came through colonisation, dispossession and violence. I was raised to welcome strangers, include others, and stand beside people doing it tough. I was also raised to face the truth of our country and our history. That truth runs through my own family. My ancestors were Queensland pastoralists who perpetrated terrible violence against First Nations people near Bundaberg and Gingin. I cannot change that history, but I can choose the responsibility I carry forward. We honour that responsibility through our actions today. People should feel it in their daily lives through safety, access to healthcare, legal help and fair treatment. That was a focus for a recent roundtable I hosted with Assistant Minister for Immigration and Member for Kingsford Smith. Together we met with representatives from 5 organisations that support migrants, refugees and people seeking asylum in my community, and I'd like to briefly highlight their work. Multicultural Australia helps new Queenslanders settle, work, study and access healthcare, including families and unaccompanied humanitarian minors. The Romero Centre helps refugees and people seeking asylum find housing, work, migration advice and mental health care. The Refugee and Immigration Legal Service, RAILS, is Queensland's only community legal centre specialising in refugee and immigration law. For more than 40 years, the Immigrant Women's Support Service has helped migrants and refugee women, children and young people affected by domestic, family and sexual violence find safety and regain control. And World Wellness Group's clinic cares for more than 3,000 people a year, including people without Medicare. I would like to thank them all for the incredible work they do for our community.
A division has been called for in the House. The proceedings are suspended to enable honourable members to attend the division. The proceedings will resume when the Chair of the Federation Chamber is resumed at the conclusion of the division or subsequent divisions. The member for Griffith in continuation.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Migrants and refugees strengthen Griffith and Australia. They run businesses, care for patients, teach children and build homes. Many have survived things no person should endure. They helped others build safer lives. The child translating a letter at the kitchen table can grow up to write laws in this place. The nurse who arrived as a refugee can care for us in our hardest hour. The new neighbour can become the person we call when everything falls apart. The far right wants Australia to fear these stories. My community sees friends, colleagues and neighbours. We all have a duty to call out racism whenever and wherever we see it. We can leave racist messages standing, or we can pull them down and say who we really are. On Sunday, my community's answer was simple. You do not own the word Aussie. You do not decide who belongs. You do not speak for Griffith. Those racist, far-right nationalists tried to paste a smaller Australia over the real one. Our community peeled it back. Not today, racists, not today.
Yeah. Thank you. The question is that grievances be noted. I call the member for Mallee.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. There is bipartisan understanding in this House that older Australians want to age at home. There is no controversy there, and our view is that basic services such as gardening, lawn mowing and home maintenance can assist that to occur. But I have a particular grievance that I know for a fact is not occurring just in my electorate but across Australia. And as usual, it is worse in regional Australia. I want to address the total disregard this Labor government has to our ageing population. Once again, they're fabulous with the spin, not so good at the delivery. On Thursday, the 30th of July, I organised a community meeting, a forum at North Park Hall in Stawell, in my electorate, because residents in the Grampians Community Health Region had received a very concerning letter from the Health Service. From the very start, I want to make it crystal clear my grievance is not with the Health Service. They have worked sensibly and constructively with me on what I am about to tell you. My grievance is with Minister Ray and the Albanese Labor government that will leave regional Australians dying in their homes. Grampians Community Health wrote to residents across the region that their home maintenance and gardening support services at home would be cut from their current approximate 2 hours every 6 weeks. And the letter reads, from the 1st of August 2026, gardening and home maintenance funded by the Commonwealth Home Support Program will change. All GCH, CHSP clients will get a maximum of 2 hours gardening and home maintenance each financial year. Yes, you heard that correctly. 2 hours a year. Deputy Speaker, I don't know how long it takes for your lawn to grow and how often your home needs cleaning, but I guarantee you twice a year just won't work. It will not cut it. It won't work for you and it certainly won't work for our elderly. The letter continues. This is due to very high demand but no additional government funding. We are doing everything we can to access more funding from the Australian government. The letter goes on to explain people will have to pay out of pocket for more than their allotted 2 hours a year. I can hear people as they listen to this saying that is ridiculous, and you're absolutely right, it is ridiculous. Copies of this letter started flooding into my inbox when it went out, so I approached Grampians Community Health, and I fully respect the awful situation the Albanese Labor government have put them in. The funding envelope for Grampians Community Health was never adequate. They were having to retrofit funding streams for respite care with an exemption to meet the existing demand. I understand the government has refused to allow the exemption to continue. Worse still, the government has granted funding to other providers not based in the area, including Kirinari, which is based in Albury-Wodonga. For those who don't know how far Albury-Wodonga is from Stawell, I invite you to look up a map. It is hundreds of kilometres away. The background here is also that Northern Grampians Shire Council, like so many in my electorate and in regional Australia, were until recently providing these home support services due to the need in the community, but simply couldn't afford to continue. To their credit, Grampians Community Health had picked up the responsibility. I want to support them in whatever way I can. Sadly, it appears the Albanese Labor government does not want to support them. I organised the community meeting at Stawell and met with other Grampians Community Health clients who came to see me at my mobile offices in Avoca and Talbot to discuss the situation. There at the Courthouse Hotel in Talbot, I met with Leos Horta, also known as Lou, who is in his 90s. Lou is legally blind. Lou warmly held my hands and shared his view of the Albanese Labor government. And I quote him, "I have lived in this country 70 years and have never seen such incompetence." Lou is referring to the government's inability to provide him the help he needed to stay at home. He and his partner Carol applied 18 months ago for Commonwealth Home Support. 18 months later, they are still waiting. And now, sadly, Lou is in palliative care. The Prime Minister, as then Leader of the Opposition, referred to the aged care system as a national disgrace with unforgivable neglect when we were in government. And yet, under his government, wait lists have exceeded 230,000 people, vulnerable people waiting for home support so they can age at home. And sadly, 5,000 people have died while waiting. Deputy Speaker, I do not want Lou adding to those statistics. Today we see Labor's own aged care minister in Western Australia calling out this government and Minister Ray's failure. Simone McGurk says the scheme had not lived up to its promise and that access to aged care home services are unacceptable. In Western Australia, the assessment algorithm has been so inflexible it left a patient with Alzheimer's and their 92-year-old carer waiting for 9 months for services to start. And I remind you, Deputy Speaker, Lou and Carol have been waiting over 18 months already, and now he is in palliative care. Deputy Speaker, this is outrageous. The Coalition has moved a private member's bill in the Senate to restore human oversight into the assessment process so cases like Lou do not happen again. Labor said it would put the care back into aged care, but despite his spin at the dispatch box, Minister Ray clearly is failing in his job to ensure our vulnerable get the care they need and deserve. Just look at the pathetic excuse for a comment on today's story out of Western Australia. And I quote, "When contacted for comment, a government spokesman said the Albanese government had spent 4 years repairing the mess the Coalition left behind and acknowledged there's more to do." Yeah, you're right, there is more to do. That's all those opposite have got for older Australians, blaming the Natural Party of Government, the Coalition. Labor have been so abysmal in delivery in government that all they've got is to blame the Coalition, despite being in government over 4 years. And the situation has got worse on their watch. The Labor spokesman goes on, "We're bringing down wait times for home care and it's having a material effect on older people," the spokesman said. That is patently untrue. and a gutless assertion to be made by the faceless man because the minister yet again can't be bothered turning up. I'm meeting the minister this sitting fortnight, and I make it clear here, as I will to him there in his office, that what he is presiding over is a national disgrace, and literally, for the likes of Lou and Carol, his excuses do not pass the pub test.
Thank you. The question is that grievances be noted, and I call the member for Newcastle.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, last year I stood in this place to talk about how the Albanese Labor government was delivering for the people of Newcastle. I spoke about the investments we were making, the promises we were keeping, and the future we were building together. 12 months later, I rise again to provide an update. Because in Newcastle, delivery hasn't slowed. Indeed, it has accelerated. Over the past year, we've continued investing in the things that matter most: strengthening Medicare, building the infrastructure our growing city needs, supporting local industry, creating good, secure jobs, protecting our environment, backing our schools, TAFE and university, and investing in the community organisations that make our city thrive. That is what good government looks like. It's about showing up, listening to communities and getting on with the job. And that's exactly what this Labor government continues to do for Newcastle. Healthcare remains one of the clearest examples of the difference Labor makes. Every Australian deserves access to quality healthcare, regardless of what they earn or where they live. Over the past year, 6 fully bulk-billed clinics have been announced for our region, making it easier for thousands of families to see a doctor without having to worry about the cost. Our Medicare Urgent Care Clinic in Charlestown is gearing up to celebrate its 3rd birthday later this year. In that time, it has seen more than 31,000 locals, people who have received free and timely treatment closer to home without the need to go visit a busy hospital emergency department. We're also strengthening the future healthcare workforce. Our expansion of paid prac payments means students studying clinical psychology, physiotherapy, occupational therapy, speech pathology, paramedicine, radiography, pharmacy, rehabilitation therapies, audiology and podiatry will all have access to payments while on prac. This builds on the paid prac that we've already delivered for teaching, nursery, midwifery and social work students. And for students in Newcastle, that means more opportunities to finish their qualifications and begin serving the communities they already call home. Newcastle has always been a city that embraces change. From steel making to advanced manufacturing, from coal exports to clean energy, our city has never been afraid to evolve. Today, Labor is helping Newcastle lead Australia's clean energy transition. We're backing innovative companies like MCI Carbon, whose world-leading technology is turning industrial emissions into valuable building materials, creating highly skilled local jobs while reducing emissions. We're investing in 12 community batteries, helping the City of Newcastle store and make better use of the renewable energy generated at the Summerhill Solar Farm, rather than letting that good, clean energy go to waste. Families are also benefiting from our cheaper home batteries, with more than 3,000 Newcastle homes now storing clean energy and lowering their household power bills, but also helping all of us that don't have solar, because they help stabilise that grid system for us. The Hunter Valley Hydrogen Hub continues to gather momentum, helping ensure our region remains an industrial powerhouse well into the future. And the University of Newcastle construction has started on the Future Skills Hub, preparing the next generation of workers for advanced manufacturing, clean energy and emerging industries. We're also supporting solar manufacturing at Black Hill and backing innovative Newcastle companies like Cardinia to develop cutting-edge painted solar technology. I also want to acknowledge the new Steel River battery in Mayfield West. While not federally funded, projects like this demonstrate the confidence that industry has in Newcastle's future as Australia's renewable energy capital. Importantly, we're also protecting the natural environment while building this cleaner future. Labor honoured our commitment to permanently stop the destructive PEP 11 offshore gas permit, protecting our coastline, tourism industry and the marine environment. And now we're getting on with protecting even more of Australia's precious oceans, expanding marine protections to preserve biodiversity and ensure future generations inherit healthy oceans. Deputy Speaker, infrastructure is more than roads and bridges. It's about getting people home sooner, supporting economic growth and ensuring that our city can continue to grow for decades to come. This year we've celebrated the completion of the Hexham Strait upgrade, improving safety and traffic flows for the tens of thousands of motorists who use it every day. The M1 to Raymond Terrace extension is on track for completion this year. The Newcastle Inner City bypass is nearing completion and upgrades to Old Maitland Road in Hexham are about to kick off. Together, these projects represent a transformational investment stretching from Rankin Park through to Jesmond, Sandgate, Hexham, all the way through to Taro, Beresfield and Raymond Terrace. The Albanese Labor government is investing more than $1.5 billion to make road journeys safer, smoother and faster across our city. We're also progressing upgrades to Ironbark Creek to improve flood resilience and water flow in and around the Wallsend CBD. Planning continues for high-speed rail as we work towards connecting Newcastle to Sydney with fast, reliable rail. Earlier this year, we announced the development phase and last month appointed Bechtel as the delivery partner. This is nation-building infrastructure taking place in Newcastle, the birthplace of Australia's high-speed rail. The replacement of the Hunter Street Bridge over Cottage Creek is also progressing, while upgrades to Parkway Avenue are making it safer and easier to choose active transport. Deputy Speaker, strong communities don't happen by accident. They happen because governments invest in local organisations, volunteers and local facilities that bring our people together. Over the past year, we've continued supporting projects right across Newcastle. The magnificent Newcastle Art Gallery redevelopment is helping cement our city's reputation as a cultural destination. We backed the Howling Country Music Festival, supported accessibility improvements at the Hunter Wetlands, and helped Ronald McDonald House deliver new floors at their John Hunter Hospital accommodation. We've celebrated irrigation upgrades at Wallsend Oval, supported a new yarning circle at Adamstown Public School, delivered new commercial fridges for the Baptist Street Hope Care, backed a community garden at Blue Gum Hills Men's Shed, and invested in accessibility upgrade at the Young People's Theatre. These may not be projects that grab headlines, but they're important community investments, the sort of investments that quietly improve lives every single day. Deputy Speaker, education has always been Labor's great nation-building mission, because no child's future could depend or should depend on their postcode. I'm proud that every one of Newcastle's 43 public schools is now on a pathway to full and fair funding.
A division has been called for in the House. The proceedings are suspended to enable honourable members to attend the division. The proceedings will resume when the Chair of the Federation Chamber is resumed at the conclusion of the division or subsequent divisions.
Effectively, it's a hard deadline, 1 hour after we start, which is just
Are there any constituency statements by honourable members? And I give the call to the member for Kooyong.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I would like to share with the House parts of a letter from a Kooyong constituent regarding her experiences as a Jewish Australian, which are particularly pertinent in light of tonight's 2026 census. She wrote to me, "Never state you're Jewish on the census form," our parents said, "because they'll already know where you live." The danger my parents perceived from being too easily identified as Jews wasn't a form of paranoia. It was a considered position based on their experience of Australian society. In first grade, I was invited to the home of a playmate who lived around the corner. "I didn't realise you were Jewish when I asked you over to play," her mother said on my way out. "I don't really like Jewish people," she said. Once I was old enough to understand what had happened to Jews during World War II, I tended to divide people into whether I thought they would have tried to help me escape the Nazis or not. I didn't divulge my Jewish identity at all, except in a situation where I feel safe, or it was necessary for me to make a point. While I have absolutely no doubt that the expression of anti-Semitism has increased since October the 7th, anti-Semitism has always been present in Australia. The bravest of us is our younger daughter. After the massacre at Bondi, she was asked to work from home. She asked to work from home for a few days without giving a reason. She couldn't endure having to hear sweeping statements about either side. Is there another side to the Bondi massacre? For well over a year, she was not out as a Jew at work. "Don't bother feeling sorry for me," she said to her boss. "Feel sorry for the thousands of Palestinian civilians and children killed and injured by Israeli troops." "Oh," he said, "I didn't realise you're Jewish." "Well, I am," she replied. Deputy Speaker, I was to speak about this today because I think it's incredibly important that as Australians, all Australians, bear witness to the entrenched bias and the systemic racism within our communities, and of which many of us are often unaware. Tonight, as Australians decide whether or not to denominate their religion on the census form, I think it's important that we all reflect on why that question is not simple for all Australians. And we work together over the next few years, prior to the next census, to ensure that the sorts of questions that my constituent has raised in her very moving letter are considered by all of us in determining how we deal with fellow Australians and how we respect everybody's identity.
Thank the member. Give the call to the Assistant Minister for Defence.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I've received a lot of correspondence from my constituents on one particular issue, and that's gambling reform. Now, many have shared their stories on how this scourge of gambling has ruined families and friendships, how themselves or a loved one had lost everything through gambling. Sadly, it's never been faster or easier for Australians to lose money in gambling. We now outspend the citizens of every other country on online gambling. I've also heard from parents and teachers on how kids are talking in the schoolyard about the betting odds. One parent even let me know that there's a 16-year-old already online gambling at the high school he sends his kids to. As a father, the effect that normalising gambling has on our kids hits particularly close to home, and it's particularly hard. Now, I love sitting down and watching the footy with the kids, but I absolutely hate it that there's this inundation of gambling advertising when we're watching the game in the ad breaks. Now, before I entered this place, I worked as an executive at SBS, and I was part of the team that removed gambling advertising during the A-League soccer games, half-time and before the game. That was strong action at the time, and it was needed to reduce the harms caused by gambling advertising. Now, our government has proposed restrictions on gambling advertising, particularly targeted towards preventing the normalisation of gambling amongst children. Our legislation does so by restricting gambling advertising to 3 per hour between 6 a.m. and 8:30 p.m. and off radio during school pickup and drop-off times. These reforms represent the strongest national restrictions on gambling advertising that Australia has ever seen. I wish they had happened earlier, many years ago. But I don't think our work should end here. I want to see these reforms be the best possible reforms going forward and be built upon. I want to see further action, not just for my kids, but for the people I represent, and I'll keep pushing hard to achieve exactly this. Now, many of us were very good friends with the late Peter Murphy. She was a wonderful person. She was a wonderful representative. She did some remarkable work on gambling reform and gambling reform policy. And she, I think, fundamentally called on us to be ambitious in doing that work. And I think that's because she understood that not only do we owe it to our kids to be ambitious, we owe it to our communities, we owe it to the Australian people that we represent. And I think with Peter's example, we need to get this reform done, get it through this parliament and build upon it in the coming years.
I give the call to the member for New England.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise today to talk about two issues. I was speaking to management in the coal mining industry in the Hunter Valley at Muswellbrook. And they talked about how their future and the capacity to provide prosperity and wages for the people of the Hunter Valley has been decimated by policies such as the safeguard mechanism. And they said that if this is the process we're going forward, then the people are going to lose their job. No jobs have been provided as alternate, the so-called promise of intermittent power, so-called renewable jobs. It's a fantasy, it never happened. The idea that power prices would go down never happened. The idea that somehow there'd be community benefit has never happened. And then I was also speaking to the workers who worked in the mines. We were at dinner, and they were quite clear that the Labor Party has deserted labourers. It does no longer believe in labourers. It no longer believes in the opportunity that was provided by the mining industry, where an apprentice could start on around about $120,000 a year, something that even my daughter as a doctor couldn't start on. It's an incredible opportunity. It's now being lost. They're furious about it because the views of other people, predominantly people who have had a different life experience, has been virtue smuggled to take away their opportunity. What we have also seen now is this has grown into other areas where not only the coal mining industry has been decimated, but Tomago Smelter has not been offered a rescue package, and people in the Hunter Valley who were associated with that aluminium smelter and part of the work of that aluminium smelter have been given no lifeline. They've just been thrown on the scrap heap. There was nothing in the budget that said they were going to fix up Tomago Smelter. And they can't go on because our energy prices are ridiculous. It doesn't matter what the rhetoric is around here. I tell you who understands our power policy or the nation's power policy or Labor Party's power policy better than anybody else. It's the people who use a lot of energy. And Rio uses an awful lot of energy. They've had an assessment on our intermittent power crusade, and they said, quite simply, we're leaving. And they're going with all our other heavy industry, our glass industry, our plastics industry. It's all going. During the break, Madam Deputy Speaker, I had an opportunity to go to England. It is butchered. The economy is butchered. And it's the same thing. They went down the intermittent power path and they deindustrialised, and now the economy is finished. Their social security spend is equivalent to their tax take. In Germany, same thing has happened again. Yet we naively think we're going to be different. We're not. We're not going to change the weather. We're not going to do anything to the climate. We are going to send people broke. We're going to make this nation weaker, and we're going to create massive hurt to the poorest people in Australia because they're the people who struggle the most with that incredible thing called the price of power.
Thank the member and give the call to the member for Bullwinkle.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, housing is central to the security and dignity of every Australian, and it is the foundation upon which families build their lives, careers are launched, and communities thrive. Over the last few days, I sought direct feedback from constituents across Bullwinkle to hear what policies mattered to them most, and housing stood out above all else. Althea from Wattle Grove captured it brilliantly, sharing with me that home ownership allows people to become invested in their community and society. And Althea is spot on. When people have a secure, permanent roof over their heads, our entire region benefits. And that's why I'm proud that right now, 1,841 constituents in Bullwinkle have been able to buy their first home thanks to our expanded 5% first home guarantee scheme. We are also seeing the tangible results of our landmark Housing Australia Future Fund locally in Bullwinkle. Just recently, I visited 19 brand new social and affordable homes completed in High Wycombe in the Perth Hills. That's 19 safe havens delivered directly through our national housing agenda. At the same time, we're ensuring the system is fair for everyday buyers. Marcia from Kalamunda told me that she's been waiting since 2019 for reforms to negative gearing and was delighted that Labor had the resolve to deliver. By reforming negative gearing and the capital gains tax discount to incentivise new builds, we're ensuring investment flows into expanding supply rather than pricing local families out of the markets. Whether it's through our target to build 1.2 million homes, expanding rent assistance, or unlocking structural reform, our focus is clear. The contrast could not be starker. So that's 1,841 local first-home buyers in Bullwinkle get their keys, and we're building 19 new social and affordable homes in High Wycombe, while the Coalition, after a decade of neglect, built 373 social homes nationwide in 10 years. Our Labor government is delivering. We are fixing the foundations of our housing market, we're listening to our community, we're delivering real and lasting relief. And, going back to Althea from Wattle Grove, home ownership allows people to become invested in their community and society. Thank you.
I thank the member. Give the call to the member for Clare.
I recently attended the official opening of the state-of-the-art CSU Newmont Simulation Centre and Immersion Room at the Bloomfield Medical Centre in Orange. Thanks to a generous $1.5 million investment from Newmont's Community Investment Program, our future doctors, nurses and paramedics now have access to cutting-edge medical training in the Central West. The facility features a 9.5 metre wraparound LED immersion screen, advanced interacting patient mannequins, and simulated operating theatres and emergency wards. This allows students to practice complex trauma and disaster scenarios in safe, realistic settings without having to leave Orange. This was a true community effort, and I wish to thank from Newmont General Manager Laurie Douglas, Lisa King, Nicole Morris and Melissa O'Brien, and from Charles Sturt University, my thanks goes to Vice-Chancellor Professor Renee Leon, Dean of the School of Rural Medicine Professor Jacqueline Epps, and the team including Justine Brindle, Damien Limburger, Leslie Forster, S.B. Shanker, Stephen Cook, Jason Poposky, Linda Harvey and Sarah Ansell. I also acknowledge the hard-working facilities team, Mark Aitchison, Brendan Post, Blake Edwards and Robert Shaw. We all know that if you train doctors in the bush, they stay in the bush. And I remember last November I welcomed 10 additional medical places awarded to Charles Sturt University Medical School. If the government is serious about fixing the rural doctor shortage, we've got to back our rural medical schools like CSU. And that's why it was so infuriating when just last week the government handed out another 50 medical places across 8 universities, but CSU missed out entirely. What's going on here? It also failed to extend prac payments to medical students. So I call on the government to fund more medical places for our students at Charles Sturt University and extend prac payments to our medical students so we can build the vibrant rural and regional healthcare workforce Australia so desperately needs. And while they're at it, the federal government needs to urgently address the looming crisis of specialty training places for junior doctors. We need our graduates trained and employed. Progression into specialty training has collapsed. The share of junior doctors entering training each year fell from 52% in 2018 to 33% in 2024. Medical student Josh Gall, who is Vice Chair of the New South Wales Medical Student Council, has come up with a solution. Firstly, prioritise Australian-trained graduates for specialty training. They should get priority, not overseas-trained doctors. 2, grandfathering for international doctors already practising here. 3, expanding the number of training places by at least 1,150 per year from 2027. This is a serious issue facing all communities across Australia, and the government needs to act now.
Member for Melbourne.
Thank you, Speaker. One of the great privileges of representing Melbourne is meeting the organisations and community leaders who work every day to create opportunities for others. Recently, I had the opportunity to visit two organisations that reflect the very best of our community: Good Cycles in North Melbourne and Jump Left in the CBD. While they work in different ways, both are driven by a simple idea: that everyone deserves the chance to participate, contribute and thrive. Located in North Melbourne, Good Cycles is a social enterprise championed by their CEO, Kira, and her incredible team, focused on creating employment opportunities for young people facing barriers to work. From short-term work to training and employment pathways, Good Cycles has helped over 800 young people into employment since it started in 2013. When asked if I would run for the seat of Melbourne, one of the reasons I said yes was so I could champion young people to get the best start in life. And organisations like Good Cycles are ensuring that every young person has the hand up they need to get a good start to their work life. Speaker, in the beautiful heritage building Donkey Wheelhouse in Melbourne, you will find many different organisations working to improve people's lives. And you'll also find Jump Left, an art studio founded by Sim Luton. Sim is doing incredible work creating opportunities for artists with disabilities. Having a safe space for people to express their creativity alongside others and welcoming their uniqueness shows that we are at our best when we are inclusive and open to our differences. It was great to meet the artists and hear about how important these kinds of places are to their lives. Melbourne is a creative heart of our country, and organisations like Jump Left help ensure it remains that way by creating spaces where everyone can participate and belong. Speaker, Good Cycles and Jump Left are just two examples of the extraordinary work taking place right across Melbourne. I'm proud to represent an electorate that is home to social enterprises, community organisations and charities working every day to improve people's lives and strengthen our community. These organisations reflect the values that makes Melbourne such a special place: compassion, creativity, inclusion and a commitment to help others succeed. To everyone at Good Cycles and Jump Left, thank you for the work you do, the opportunities you create, the support you provide and the communities you build are making a real difference in people's lives and helping make Melbourne an even better place to call home.
Hear, hear.
Member for Page.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I'd like to congratulate the Lismore AFL Swans team on defeating the Ballina Bombers to win the 2026 Northern Rivers AFL Premiership. This is the Swans' first premiership since 2011. Deputy Speaker, following the 2022 flood, the club was unable to field a team for 2 seasons. In the years between 2011 and 2026 premiership, there was a 3-year period where the Swans did not win a single game. This is a fantastic achievement for the club and well deserved. I want to congratulate the coaches Nick Jackson, Ben Weatherhead, Tim Whalen and the players Brendan, Jack, Otto, Tim, Jeff, Dylan, Tom, Jackson, Josh, Lucas, Austin, Clay, Jared, Lachlan, Michael, Blake, Owen, Hafiz, Jerome, Shane, Zach, Matthew, Dylan and Daniel. The premiership is a great comeback story. Congratulations to everyone who has played a part in bringing the Swans back to the top. Deputy Speaker, I'd like to acknowledge and congratulate Ruth Everest on a lifetime of outstanding achievement and service to the sport of swimming. For the last 24 years, Ruth has been the driving force behind the Maclean Manta Ray Swimming Club, dedicating countless hours to developing young swimmers within the Clarence Valley. Ruth moved from Auburn to the Clarence Valley in 2002, and after swimming at the pool was asked if she would coach the Learn to Swim. Ruth represented Australia at the 1960 Rome Olympic Games, winning a silver medal in the 4x100 metre freestyle relay, and went on to win Commonwealth Games gold in 1962. In recognition of her extraordinary contribution to swimming, in 2002 the Auburn Aquatic Centre was renamed the Ruth Everest Aquatic Centre, and in 2025 Ruth was awarded the Life Membership of New South Wales Swimming, one of the highest honours the organisation can bestow. Congratulations, Ruth, on everything you've achieved, and thank you for your time, care and support you continue to give the young swimmers through the Maclean Manta Race. As Ruth's favourite saying goes, perfect practice makes perfect. Deputy Speaker, I'd like to sound the alarm about a growing threat to Australia's food security. I recently met with commercial beekeepers who are worried about the future of their industry. Their message was simple: the varroa mite is no longer just a problem for bees and honey producers, it is becoming a serious threat to Australia's food security. I am calling on this government for more practical and affordable solutions for our commercial beekeepers. This is an industry we cannot afford to lose.
Thank the member. Member for Isaacs.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to recognise the life of Lachlan McLaren, the important work of the Lachlan McLaren Foundation and the remarkable strength of Lockie's family, friends and community. Lockie was a much-loved young man from Melbourne's Bayside community, but died tragically after being struck by a car on the 15th of August 2021, his 16th birthday. His death was a devastating loss for his family, his friends and the wider Bayside community. He attended Mentone Grammar in my electorate of Isaacs, where he was a valued member of the school community. He was a Year 10 student, a keen basketballer with the Parkdale Pacers and a member of the Australian Army Cadets. He was known for his energy, courage and the care that he showed to others. In the months that followed Lockie's passing, his family and friends looked for ways to come together in his memory. From that shared grief, Lockie's Walk was established. What began as a personal act of remembrance has grown into an annual community event along the Mentone foreshore, bringing hundreds of people together to remember Lockie. Lockie's Walk keeps his memory alive while raising funds to support young people, families affected by road trauma and local organisations that reflect his kindness and commitment to others. I've twice joined Lockie's Walk with his family, friends and hundreds of members of our community. Every walk is filled with sadness, but also with deeply felt warmth, generosity and a clear determination that Lockie's life will continue to make a difference. Just last week, for the third year in a row, the Bayside community once again came together for Lockie's Walk. That same commitment to Lockie's memory led to the establishment of the Lachlan McLaren Foundation, which carries his legacy forward by supporting young people and families in the community. The strength and generosity shown by the McLaren family in the years since Lockie's death have been extraordinary. They've created an enduring tribute to the qualities that defined Lockie: kindness, inclusion, courage and concern for those around him. I acknowledge Lockie's family, his friends, the volunteers and every person who has supported Lockie's Walk and the Foundation. Lockie's memory will continue through the people who walk in his name and every young person given a better opportunity through his foundation.
Thank the member. I call the member for Cook.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to congratulate Sutherland Shire Councillor, environmentalist and good local citizen Cal Glanzig on the release of his new documentary, The Plastic Country. Cal's commitment to protecting our oceans began in Cronulla, and it has now grown into a full national campaign. His film follows the impact of plastic pollution on our local beaches, to remote communities, wildlife hospitals and to Parliament House. It also highlights plastic pollution on human health and Cal's own health. Importantly, Plastic Country does more than highlight the scale of the problem. Cal, true to his nature, focuses on practical solutions and Australians already working to reduce plastic pollution, protect our environment and protect their health from plastic harms. Congratulations, Cal. I congratulate the Tarrant Point Titans Junior Rugby League Football Club on being named the 2026 New South Wales Community Rugby League Club of the Year. This recognition celebrates far more than the success you guys have had on the field. It recognises a club that's building respect, inclusion and community through grassroots sports. The Titans Culture and Heritage Round brought together more than 180 people. It celebrated backgrounds of local families through 38 flags, food, dance and cultural ceremonies. I'd like to congratulate Club President J2 Wow, who was named the 2026 Central Sydney Volunteer of the Year. Jay's not only the President, he serves as gear steward, first aid officer, ground manager, while helping prepare and pack down the field each week. Congratulations, Jay. Congratulations to the coaches, the players, the parents and every volunteer, and I know there's many at Tarrant Point Titans, especially the rest of the executive, Secretary Leah McGregor, Senior Vice President Kane McGregor, Vice President Kane Chi Poi, Treasurer Louise Cabina and Assistant Secretary Kim Chin Poi. I want to recognise Tony Nguyen for the important role he has played in strengthening cancer care in the Sutherland Shire. For almost 15 years, Cancer Care Southside has provided vital support and treatment for local patients. Now that work is entering a new chapter with plans for a comprehensive radiation oncology service in the Sutherland Hospital precinct using state-of-the-art technology. Tony, I thank you for the lives you're saving in the Sutherland Shire. I thank you for the investment in the Sutherland Shire. And I thank you for what you've done, not only for the Sutherland Shire, but at cancer clinics all around the country. I'm proud to know you, proud to call you a friend, and thank you. You're a great Australian.
The member for Richmond.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And the Albanese Labor government is delivering another important investment in my electorate of Richmond on the far north coast of New South Wales. In this case, ensuring our communities are kept safe, connected and informed during natural disasters. And of course, locals in my area know how important it is to stay connected during these natural disasters and emergencies. And it's essential for our emergency services to have reliable ways to coordinate their responses and that communities have access to trusted information and updates. One of the biggest issues we face in the terrible 2022 floods was a lack of communication. This was during the floods themselves, no phones, no internet, and of course also in the immediate aftermath where we had at evacuation centres, no connection at all, no mobile connection, no communication. And all of this severely hampered our community's rescue, recovery and rebuilding efforts. Now, we have, of course, continued to build back better, and that's why I was really pleased to announce recently that our government is again strengthening disaster communications right across our area. We're rolling out an additional 17 NBN Sky Muster satellite services at evacuation and relief centres under the Strengthening Telecommunications Against Natural Disasters program, or STAND as it's known. And the NBN Sky Muster satellite services will provide vital satellite-backed Wi-Fi connectivity when traditional ground-based communications networks are disrupted or unavailable. They'll provide connectivity to emergency services and community members during these terrible natural disasters. And these new services will be installed at key community facilities across the area, and it builds on the already 11 stand services that we've already had installed at evacuation centres and emergency coordination points right across the Northern Rivers. And this is all part of the government's $9 million investment to extend existing services and roll out additional sites in priority areas at the risk of natural disasters. And of course, these sites have all been identified in collaboration with state and local government. And really important, this investment recognises that reliable comms is an essential service. During emergencies, being able to access information, seek assistance and communicate with emergency services makes a significant difference to people's safety. And this initiative is one of the many ways that our government is building stronger, more resilient telecommunications networks right across the country. We're also strengthening telecommunications infrastructure with the Mobile Network Hardening Program, and of course also through our Universal Outdoor Mobile Obligation as well. And this is so important for regional communities like mine. So we're investing in a range of practical measures that will keep us connected and informed when it absolutely matters most. And Deputy Speaker, I'm incredibly proud to be a part of a government that's delivering the communications and infrastructure that our region needs, and indeed right throughout the country, boosting resilience, improving coverage and keeping communities safe, connected and informed during times of crisis.
Member for Capricornia.
Speaker, I rise today to speak about an important community forum held in Rockhampton on Monday the 3rd of August, the Men's, Boys and Dads Forum. I was pleased to host this forum in Capricornia alongside the Leader of the National, Senator Matt Canavan, and the Shadow Special Envoy for Men and Boys, Member for Wide Bay, Lou O'Brien. It was a chance for local men, fathers, families, community leaders to come together and speak frankly about the challenges facing men and boys in regional Australia. Too often these issues are overlooked or treated as though they are somehow in competition with the struggles faced by others, but supporting one group should never mean ignoring another. We can support women and girls while also recognising that men and boys are facing real and serious challenges in health, education, family life and employment. At the forum we heard about the pressure many men are under, particularly in regional communities where distance, financial stress and limited access to services can make it harder to ask for help. We spoke about family law, mental health, education outcomes, workforce participation and the importance of strong role models for young men. The member for Wide Bay brings deep understanding to this role. Before entering this parliament, he served as a police officer and has seen firsthand what can happen when men are isolated, unsupported or left behind. His work as the Shadow Special Envoy for Men and Boys is about listening, learning and developing ideas that can make a real difference in communities like mine, with the information gathered through forums like this helping to shape policy in the lead up to the next election, so the voices of men, boys and dads in regional Australia are heard. Australia has done strong work in advocating for women's issues and that must continue, but we can also have an honest conversation about male disadvantage, including suicide, chronic disease, life expectancy and boys falling behind at school. One of the most confronting facts is that male suicide rates in Australia remain far too high. Of the 3,307 Australians who died by suicide in 2024, 2,529 were males, more than 3/4 of the total. Last year, the number of men and boys who took their own lives was almost double the national road toll. Behind every statistic is a son, a father, a husband, a brother, a workmate or a friend. Across Capricornia, people know the value of mateship, but too many men still suffer in silence. That is why forums like this matter. They give people permission to speak openly, they help connect local organisations, services and families, but most importantly, they remind men and boys that their lives, their worries and their futures matter. I want to thank everyone who attended the Rockhampton Forum and shared their experiences. And I'd like to thank the member for Wide Bay and Senator Matt Canavan for taking this conversation seriously and bringing it to regional communities. If we want strong families and strong communities, we need strong support for men, boys and dads. Thank you.
And I thank the member for Capricornia and I give the call to the member for Holt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. There is nothing quite like the FIFA World Cup for bringing people together, and for 6 unforgettable weeks, that is exactly what we saw across Australia. Alarm clocks were set, lounge rooms lit up before sunrise, pubs filled across the country, millions shared the same nerves, the same hope and the same roar, and SBS made it possible. For 40 years, SBS has been the home of the FIFA World Cup in Australia, and this year, all 104 matches were once again broadcasted live and free. The statistics are staggering. A record 18 million Australians, 64% of our population, tuned in, consuming more than 209 million hours of coverage. We saw 4.87 million people cheering on the Socceroos against Paraguay, while 5.26 million watched the final between Spain and Argentina. This is public broadcasting at its absolute best. And the true measure of this tournament was never about the stats. It was about Australians from every corner of life coming together to cheer for the green and gold. We celebrated every Socceroos moment and we shared the collective heartbreak when our campaign ended against Egypt in a penalty shootout. On the pitch, we saw a team that reflected the nation cheering them on. different backgrounds, different journeys, one jersey and one proud Aussie team. As co-chair of the Parliamentary Friends of SBS, I want to thank the presenters, commentators, crew and everyone behind the scenes who brought the World Game into our homes. Deputy Speaker, last month I visited Botanic Ridge Doctors, a fantastic local practice providing quality health care to families across Botanic Ridge and surrounding communities. I met with Dr. Fazil, Dr. Kawaja, practice manager Tanil, and their dedicated team of GPs, allied health professionals who have been serving our community since 2022. Botanic Ridge Doctors is one of 28 practices in Holt offering bulk billing, helping to ensure that cost is never a barrier to see a doctor. Thanks to this Albanese Labor government's record investment into Medicare, Australians can now see a GP for free at more than 3,800 clinics across the country. I'm incredibly proud to say that in Holt, our bulk billing rate has now reached 94.8%. For our local families, that means better access to healthcare closer to home without financial stress. Because when you need to see a doctor, you should only need your Medicare and not your credit card.
Member for Holt. I give the call to the member for Mitchell.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I rise to acknowledge the important Scam Watch event that was run in my electorate along with my colleague, the member for Barara. We hosted a community forum targeting mostly people over 50. And we had about 600 people come along to hear about the increasingly important issue of scams, all kinds of scams, financial mainly, but also romance and others, to the community. It's a sad fact that we know that $2 billion a year is now lost to scams by Australians, $2 billion. And the presentation from scam awareness expert Mr Charles Fellner and the Hills Police and others at our local Castle Hill RSL was incredibly well received. 600 people there. I had to turn away a few hundred as well, so we'll be doing another one. But I want to thank those people that did turn up and their willingness to step forward when asked and speak unprompted and unwarned about the scams they'd experienced. It was kind of chilling to see people who'd worked their whole life and set themselves up get up and admit to being romance scammed or admit in front of like 600 people they don't know about the things that they had fallen for. However, we learnt and we know, and the government understands, these are not kids in rooms, making up things and trying to get money off people. These are sophisticated, transnational, criminal gangs targeting Australians 24/7. It's a huge issue, and I know the previous Assistant Treasurer in the last Parliament took this very seriously, and we had Scam Watch. Scam Watch is a good step forward that was brought forward by a coalition government and taken by the Albanese government further. But I would encourage the government to continue to properly resource our police and their justice agencies so they can proactively investigate these crimes, not just report them, so they can take down sites in real time where scams have been identified, further protect people from these billions of dollars of losses all the time, with proactive and current policing, and we need those resources at the federal level because these are transnational crimes most of the time. These are people offshore scamming Australians primarily. The AFP recently released a list in the Daily Telegraph of 25 common scammer tactics targeting Australians, romance scams, impersonating government agencies, trusted organisations. These 25 things that the AFP put out is a fantastic resource just on its own. But I think we have to acknowledge that whilst the member for Barara and I targeted people over 50, scams are now affecting everybody at all ages, all of the time. I was sad to get an email from a woman. I've met with several people this year about scams, but just when I sent out these invitations who'd been scammed another $220,000. This is a critical issue, I'd say, to the government. Australians are losing a lot of money. We are vulnerable to overseas transnational crime. And I ask for the government to keep resourcing and adapting the law to be proactive so we can get onto these crimes and in real time address scams rather than try and police them retrospectively.
And I thank the member for Mitchell. I give the call to the member for Dixon.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Women leaving domestic violence often just leave with themselves and their children and the clothes on their back. Rebuilding a life from there is bloody hard. It takes years, it's exhausting and expensive. I've sat with many women in my community of Dixon who've described that very experience, trying to start again. and it's hard. And it's so hard that sometimes many return either because they can't find a roof over their head or they can't afford to give their kids the clothes, the food and the comforts they once had. An empty house with no beds, no fridge, no table for the kids to eat at is not a fresh start. It's heartbreaking. One simple yet powerful support is to provide household essentials that turn four walls into a home. That's what Rise Up does. Many South East Queenslanders know Rise Up and the incredible work that they do in my electorate of Dixon and many, many others. Rise Up is a not-for-profit that works hand in hand with frontline domestic violence services to fill a home with kitchen basics, beds, towels, toys. Within hours of a referral, their volunteers take an empty house or unit and set it up completely for a family that is about to move in. Furniture, appliances, beds made up, a full pantry, toiletries, a bedroom for the kids, right down to what the little ones need to start life at a new school. Rise Up began in Queensland but has grown into a national movement of volunteers and donors, and it's been doing this work for a decade. I recently had the chance to help set up one of these incredible homes with the Rise Up team in my electorate of Dixon. It was amazing to watch an empty residence turn into a fully furnished home in a matter of hours, all thanks to volunteers and organisations donating furniture, but also money so that furniture could be bought. Helping turn that blank space into a home and knowing a local mum and her kids are now sleeping there safely was so good for my mental health, but obviously a turning point in all of their lives. It's safety, and for some families it means that they don't go back to that violence. As of today, Rise Up has created 3,668 homes across the country. CEO Nicole Edwards and everyone at Rise Up, I say thank you to the staff, the volunteers and the donors who give what they can. Thank you for the vital work that you do. I love organisations like Rise Up who are working in Dixon and right around the country to support women and families fleeing domestic violence. They always need more volunteers, so please help out if you can.
I thank the member for Dixon. I give the call to the member for Lyme.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On Saturday, I had the pleasure of joining members of the Foster Arts and Crafts Centre at a morning tea to celebrate its 60th anniversary. What began in 1966 with just 11 members has grown into a wonderful local institution of hundreds of members. The journey has taken hard work beyond the craft table, with an enormous fundraising effort in the 1980s to move from the old casino building near the Bullring to the centre's current home on Breeze Parade. It was particularly special to see Noni Pratt given the honour of cutting the anniversary cake, and I acknowledge current President Linda Sawyer for her leadership in keeping the centre thriving. From pottery, jewellery, textiles, art and so much more, it's a place that warms your creative heart and you never, ever leave empty-handed. Congratulations to every member and volunteer, past and present, who has contributed to the creative spirit of the centre. Happy 60th anniversary, and here's to the next 60. Deputy Speaker, walk down any CBD in my electorate and you'll see the mounting empty shops, the small businesses closing up and putting off staff, the lines for local soup kitchens, the struggle to find somewhere to live, the homelessness. These are the markers of an Australia that is going backwards, of a nation in decline, a decline that has been brought to you by the Albanese Labor government. They can try to spin the truth all they want, but the latest ABS figures don't lie. Inflation is still running at 3.8%. Housing costs are up 6.8% in a year. Rents are up. The living costs faced by aged pensioners have risen 4.7% in just 12 months. And don't let me get started on energy costs. These aren't numbers on a spreadsheet. These are real people deciding what they have to go without. Yet the Albanese government's answer is more spending and more taxes. Their solution is to tax Australians trying to build a better future for themselves, their kids and their grandkids. This is not an economic plan, this is an attack on aspiration. Australians are sick of being told everything is fine when their own bank accounts tell them otherwise. Unlike Labor, the Nationals have a plan guided by our vision for Australia, A plan for cheaper power, lower taxes and less migration. We'll reverse Labor's new taxes and index income tax brackets to inflation. We'll scrap net zero and use all of our energy resources to drive down power prices. We'll bring migration back to sustainable levels, back Australian manufacturing and build the productive infrastructure regional Australia needs. We want Australia that Australians can see themselves in. Labor is swiftly stealing that Australia away. With my colleagues, I'm fighting to get it back.
I thank the member for Lyne. I give the call to the member for Werriwa.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The electorate of Werriwa is home to people who've come from all over the world seeking the safety, prosperity and opportunities for themselves and their children. Every business and school reflects names from all over the world. Their choice to settle in southwest Sydney has enriched our community. They are our volunteers, run our sporting clubs, and they have been doing this for decades in peace, harmony and in service to our community. But there is rapid growth, and with it brings the great deal of opportunity and excitement, but also its fair share of challenges. In my role as local member, one of my key tasks is to make sure the community has the services and infrastructure it requires. In the last few weeks, I have been able to attend many events that demonstrate again just how wonderful and diverse the community is. Recently, I attended with the Prime Minister and the Minister for Climate Change and Energy the opening of a new community centre for St Joseph's in Leppington. The hall at St Joseph's will provide community spaces for the area not yet well serviced with such facilities. Last week, it was my honour to lay the first brick with the member for Watson and Bishop Tarabay at St Rafka's Maronite Church in Austral. The new building will provide the fast-growing suburb of Austral with community facilities that are very much needed. Over the last few years, Austral has been transformed from market gardens, chicken and tomato farms to homes with many families. Like many areas, infrastructure and community facilities have not kept up, and the Albanese government has invested billions of dollars in the area with the New South Wales government and councils to give the support they need to the people who live there. Funding for local parks and $1.4 billion to roads like 15th Avenue have already been committed. Last Friday, it was my pleasure to attend the opening of a new school buildings at St Anthony of Padua. Good education is particularly important in our community, and having schools that provide opportunities near the new developments and housing is also very important. The school community was joined by the Premier of New South Wales, Chris Minns, and local members Nathan Haggerty and Sally Quinnell. It was a privilege to represent the Minister for Education, Jason Clare, to acknowledge the more than $12 million contribution by the Australian Government. The Albanese government is continuing to provide real financial support to my community, which was ignored far too long by previous governments.
I thank the member for Werriwa, and I give the call to the member for Riverina.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And relations between Australia and Japan have been in the news in recent days, but I want to assure the House and the Parliament that at Cowra, that city of friendship, that city of peace. It's a town, actually, but one day it will be a city, and it's a fine place with fine people. The relations are very strong. Now, between Cowra and Tokyo, separated by 7,787 kilometres, but the bridge of friendship has never been stronger. And this was on full show last week, the 5th of August, when there was the 82nd anniversary of the Cowra prisoner of war breakout. Now, this was the largest land battle in Australia ever, and certainly for World War II, it was the largest prisoner of war breakout, and that goes for anywhere in the world in history. And what happened that night was hundreds upon hundreds of Japanese in the internment camp broke out. But what followed was quite extraordinary, because you would have expected that after World War II, where there were, let's face it, atrocities committed by the Japanese against Australia, particularly at Sandakan and Changi and Hellfire Pass and other places, the bonds of friendship and peace were extended. The olive branch was very much firmly put, and those graves at Cowra were so well looked after by the ex-servicemen. Quite extraordinary. And each and every August, Cowra commemorates, and I would even go as far as to say celebrates, their strong association with Japan, as well they might. And they've had a student exchange program going since the late 60s. They've got a peace bell there that it is an absolute honour to gong. And I have to say, I do applaud not only the Cowra Council, led so well by Mayor Paul Smith and his Deputy Nikki Kiss, but members of the Breakout Association, headed by President Lyndall Rolls, but also the Japanese dignitaries who so often attend. And this time it was the Vice Consul for Japan, Ms. Miku Takahashi, and she and others very much took part in this wonderful ceremony. There are many wreath-laying events. It's conducted with such dignity and respect, and all Australia could learn a lot from how Cowra goes about this, particularly now as we have a national discussion about multiculturalism. I think the bonds of friendship that Cowra showed could teach Australians, Deputy Speaker, a great deal about what it means to be peace-loving.
The member's time has expired. I thank the member for Riverina, and I give the call to the member for Moore.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Last week was Landcare Week, and there is no better time to recognise 2 patches of moor that local people have turned into something pretty special. Landcare Week is a chance to thank Australians who have rolled up their sleeves and look after the places where they live, and Moore has plenty of them. And let me start at Padbury. It was great to join Sandy and Sue and the rest of the Padbury Community Garden crew with my partner Claire and the boys for some French toasts, the Brekkie of Champions, before dropping off some kitchen scraps and lending a hand at the worm farm. There is a real buzz about the place. People turn up, get their hands dirty, pitch in, swap a few tips over the veggie beds and spend some time with their neighbours. I also learned that worms are surprisingly fussy eaters. Onion, citrus, dairy, meat are all off the menu, and the boys probably took more interest in the worms than they did with their dad explaining the importance of composting, which is probably fair enough. But the Padbury Community Garden has also secured a multicultural grassroots grant through the highly competitive national round, and it is well deserved. The garden is not just somewhere to grow vegetables and fruit, it is somewhere for people to meet, share knowledge, make connections and become part of their community. And that only happens because people keep turning up and doing their bit. From Padbury, I want to head to Edgewater and recognise John Tostervan. John is over 80 years old, and what he and his neighbours have accomplished is absolutely remarkable. Between 30 and 32 Lakeview Drive, there was once an overlooked, weed-filled patch of land. John saw what it could become. After 3 years of persistence and planning, he and his team were able to start work on what has become the Lakeview Contemplation Garden. 18 months later, it is thriving with more than 400 native plants in the ground. And it works because the locals keep showing up. They attend the busy bees, they take their turn on watering roster and keep the place going week after week. Someone once put it to me this way: everyone wants to pick the fruit, but not everyone wants to do the pruning. John and the people around him are doing the pruning. I also want to acknowledge Beth Hewitt from the Edgewater Community Residents Association, who has been a strong supporter of John and the garden. One of my favourite parts of this job is finding things like this in Moore, tucked in the ordinary corners of Moore. You do not always need a huge budget or a grand plan to make a difference. Sometimes you just need a patch of land, a good idea, and a few people willing to give it a crack. That is Landcare Week at its best. Ordinary Australians looking after their own patch and leaving it better than when they found it. Moore is lucky to have plenty of people doing exactly that.
And I thank the member for Moore, and I give the call to the member for Lindsay.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. As the Albanese Labor government's cost of living crisis continues to squeeze household budgets, families across Australia, including my electorate of Lindsay, are being pushed to the edge. Most confronting of all, this now includes working mums and dads relying on local food banks to feed their families. The number of people sleeping rough across New South Wales has increased by 75% since 2020. In Lindsay, more people are sleeping rough than many of us can remember. It is a confronting sign of how severe the housing crisis has become under this government, so much so that the Salvation Army is now warning homelessness has become a national emergency. The 2026 New South Wales street count identified 17 people experiencing street homelessness in Penrith local government area, but homelessness is often hidden from view, taking the form of couch surfing, overcrowded housing, motel rooms and cars, and we know just by seeing people on the street sleeping rough, the numbers are significantly higher. Mission Australia's 2025 social justice stocktake paints a far more confronting picture, estimating nearly 800 people were experiencing homelessness across my electorate and that our community is short more than 5,200 homes. Yet only 2,467 dwellings have been approved for construction in the Penrith LGA since July 2024, so it's just not stacking up. At the same time, homelessness services are overwhelmed. In 24-25, services across Australia were unable to meet almost 129,000 requests for assistance. That's an average of 353 people turned away every single day. Of those helped, about 117,000 were escaping family and domestic violence. In Lindsay, Paying It Forward has seen a 120% increase in demand, with more working families seeking meals than ever before. Penrith Women's Health Centre is supporting a growing cohort of working mothers who are fleeing violence only to find themselves sleeping in their car because there is nowhere else to go. That is the human cost of the Albanese government's cost of living crisis. Over 420,000 households experiencing mortgage stress across our country, nearly 70,000 households waiting for social housing in New South Wales, including 2,100 in Penrith LGA, where even priority applicants face a median wait of 3.5 months. With a third of Australians just a few paychecks away from being homeless, it is little wonder confidence in the government's handling of housing, the cost of living, has completely evaporated. And that's why during Homelessness Week 2026, my office stepped up to support local people doing it tough. And I want to thank all the local charities that got on board and for everything that you do every day. The generosity of our community represents the very best of Australia. And we need this more now than ever because of this government.
I thank the member for Lindsay and I give the call to the member for Chisholm.
Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker. Count Me is Emerge Australia's campaign to make sure the community they represent is counted. An Emerge's community consists of those impacted by ME, CFS, long COVID and overlapping energy limiting conditions. Being counted matters. It's the difference between a condition the health system plans for and one it overlooks. It's the difference between research that gets funded and research that doesn't happen, between a person whose experience is believed and one who has to fight to be taken seriously. Many Australians might be surprised to learn that more than 600,000 Australians are impacted by energy limiting conditions each year. The Count Me initiative is all about this community being seen and being counted. Counted in the data, counted in the health system, and counted in the decisions that affect the community's lives. I recently had the privilege to meet with Anne Wilson, CEO of Emerge Australia, along with Jenny Marr and Pete McCluskey. This was an opportunity to discuss their great work and their very important advocacy. It is really important that research and modern treatments are able to be accessed by people with energy-limiting conditions, and I will continue to support the group in their advocacy efforts. I want to thank Anne, Jenny and Pete for their generosity of their time and for educating me on the issues that matter to them. Deputy Speaker, Australia is a proudly multicultural nation, and one of the greatest privileges of being a local Member of Parliament is to attend citizenship ceremonies in the community. It's an honour to be part of the very special occasion where people make their commitment to our great nation and all of the values that we hold dear. Whether it be a ceremony in Boroondara, Monash, Stonington or Whitehorse, I see the shared care and contribution to community from new citizens. Everyone's journeys are different for all of those who come to Australia. Some journeys are longer than others, but the commitment everyone has in making that pledge to this nation is defining. We have one of the strongest democracies in the world, in one of the most successful multicultural nations on earth. The person-to-person connections made possible both within Australia and other nations because of our diverse population strengthens our own nation. We share with our neighbours in Australia, and it is a privilege to be included in many different cultural events and celebrations in Chisholm. I know that new citizens share their cultures with those around them, and these relationships are so generous and so important for ensuring that we can learn from one another. I congratulate all of those who have recently become citizens in Chisholm and look forward to attending future ceremonies in the electorate. Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, and I call the clerk.
Government business, next order of the day, Telecommunications Legislation Amendment, Universal Outdoor Mobile Obligation Bill 2025, resumption of debate on the second reading and on the amendment moved by the member for Lindsay.
The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Lindsay has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Monash.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on this bill and the amendment. The Coalition is pleased to support it. The bill establishes a registration scheme for carriage service providers, gives ACMA greater visibility over the estimated 1,500 operators in the Australian telecommunications market, makes industry codes directly enforceable and removes the existing two-step enforcement process. Importantly, it also substantially increases the maximum penalty for breaches of industry codes and standards from $250,000 to $10 million, with a scope for even greater penalties depending on the benefit obtained or turnover of the provider. These are significant reforms, Madam Deputy Speaker. When we are talking about compliance with rules governing 000, cyber security and scams, there must be consequences when providers fail to meet their obligations. I also want to use my contribution today to talk about what consumer protection means to the people I represent in my electorate of Monash. Because in regional Australia, there is an even more fundamental telecommunications safeguard requirement: having a service that works and works properly. And I've said this before in this place, and I'll say it again: regional communications and digital connectivity are critical issues for my electorate. When I spoke on telecommunications in this place in September last year, I told the House about the experience of almost every South Gippslander I have spoken to. From Curramborough to Leongatha, every local knows the mobile phone black spots. From Leongatha to Meenian, they know these black spots. In fact, you can often be in the main street of Meenian with barely more than 1 bar of signal. Across the grassy spur to Foster, over the Hoddle Hills, across Bass Coast, Phillip Island and right across West Gippsland, there are black spots. During the federal election campaign last year, the Coalition announced $3 million to address mobile black spots across South Gippsland, West Gippsland and Bass Coast. I was proud to be able to secure that commitment as a then candidate. It was great to announce that funding outside Kelly's Bakery in Curramborough. We had the local florist along too, a fantastic small business. And this issue isn't something I discovered in the last 12 months. I've been fighting for better telecommunications in the Gippsland region for a very long time. In fact, I initiated a digital connectivity master plan to tackle it years ago when I was at the Committee for Gippsland, and I've been fighting ever since. These challenges go back a long time in our region. In fact, I recently came across a submission from the Sandy Point community group dating back to 2014. More than a decade ago, that community was telling the Commonwealth that Sandy Point had very poor mobile phone and wireless internet services, with reception non-existent in some locations. I asked a local resident what her current lived experience was with the signal at Sandy Point today, 12 years later. Her description was simple, Madam Deputy Speaker. She said it was inconsistent. More than a decade later, locals are still talking about the same fundamental problem. 7 years ago, the South Gippsland Sentinel Times, a fantastic local newspaper in my electorate, asked its readers about mobile black spots, and readers did not hold back. Go back and read them today, and what strikes you isn't how much things have improved, it's how things haven't changed. It's how many could have been written yesterday. Different towns, different roads, different providers. The same frustration, the same dropped calls, the same unreliable service. But there is one example that demonstrates better than any others why this matters, and that is Merbau North. On the 13th of February 2024, a devastating storm tore through Merbau North. In my electorate, huge trees came down, homes and businesses were damaged, roads were blocked, power lines were destroyed, and tragically a local farmer lost his life. I again want to put on the record my thanks and appreciation for the local volunteers and emergency services who worked overtime for weeks and weeks to serve residents and get the town back on its feet. The telecommunications that day disappeared. The official major incidents report records that Merbau North progressively lost NBN, mobile and fixed line telecommunications. A community had just been hit by a catastrophic storm. People were checking whether their neighbours were still alive. Emergency services needed information. Families outside town desperately wanted to know whether their loved ones were safe, where their loved ones were. And people couldn't make a phone call. ABC Gippsland later spoke to Merbau North resident Ruth about that experience. When the backup battery at the telecommunications tower ran out and fallen trees prevented access, phone and internet services went with it. Madam Deputy Speaker, more than 48 hours later, residents were still without power and telecommunications. Ruth described not being able to communicate, not knowing where her family members were, whether they were okay, and not knowing whether help was on its way or not. She also made an incredibly important point. Emergency services cannot respond to what they don't know about. South Gippsland Shire's subsequent submission to the Regional Telecommunications Independent Review Committee makes the situation even more confronting. The council reported that almost every township in the Shire lost mobile coverage during the storm, including access to 000. In Leongatha, telecommunications took approximately 32 hours to restore. And in Merbau North, many residents went without 000 access for around 7 days until neighbouring towns returned and provided intermittent coverage. 7 days. And that's why I reject the idea that mobile black spots in regional Australia are just an inconvenience. They're a safety issue. They can be a life and death issue. They are an emergency management issue, they're an economic issue, and increasingly, they're an essential infrastructure issue. It was only when South Gippsland Shire was able to get a generator and Starlink into Merbau North that residents could properly reconnect with each other and the outside world. And that should concern every member of this House, because the bill quite rightly talks about protecting consumers when they dial 000. The need for reliable coverage was evident again with the recent Telstra software network outage. I want to acknowledge Telstra CEO Vicky Brady for reaching out directly to one of my constituents who had been unable to connect with 000 during the recent outage. I thank Ms Brady. Farmers increasingly depend on connected technology, while people simply need confidence that if something goes wrong on a farm, on a country road or during a natural disaster, their phone will work. Some regional families are paying for satellite services such as Starlink simply because they cannot have confidence in the telecommunications network available to them. Nobody in 2026 should accept that a black spot is simply part of living in regional Australia. Telecommunications is a prime but not exclusive example of where regional communities like mine have been neglected by Labor governments. Yesterday, Madam Deputy Speaker, we saw yet another example on the Princes Freeway near Longwarry. Motorists were left with damaged vehicles after hitting significant potholes on one of the major roads in my electorate. After 4 years of the Albanese government, there hasn't been a single new dollar invested in road funding in the Gippsland region on the Princes Highway, and that is not good enough. Our roads are crumbling. In a cost of living crisis, there have been tyres blown, rims wrecked, and people are left with bills at a time they can least afford them. For the people I represent, this is becoming an all too familiar story. The member for Narrowcan, Wayne Farnham, and I are fighting as part of a team to address this. Whether it's a phone that drops out when you need it or the road beneath your car deteriorating to the point that it damages your vehicle, regional Australians are entitled to ask a pretty simple question. Where is the basic infrastructure we are paying for? Where is it? Regional and reliable telecommunications aren't a luxury. Safe roads aren't a luxury. The person standing beside their car with a damaged tyre on the Princes Freeway doesn't care about a political game blame. They just want their problem fixed. They want the road fixed. So does the farmer standing in a paddock without mobile reception. He or she doesn't want to hear it that coverage map says they should have a signal. They just want their phone to work. And the family trying to contact someone during an emergency doesn't care which department, regulator or government is responsible. They just need to be connected. Madam Deputy Speaker, I support the strongest consumer safeguards contained in this bill. I support giving ACMA the ability to act swiftly against telecommunications companies that do the wrong thing. I support substantially stronger penalties where providers fail consumers. But I will continue to make this point in this place. Consumer protection must also mean protecting regional Australians who need to make a call. The farmer working alone, the small business owner trying to take an order, the family driving between Currumburra and Leongatha, the resident at Sandy Point who has been talking about poor reception for more than a decade, and the family in Merbau North standing among fallen trees and damaged homes after a catastrophic storm, desperately trying to find out whether their loved ones are safe. Regional Australians do not expect special treatment. They expect the basics, they expect fairness, and they expect to be able to connect. A phone that works, a road that's safe, infrastructure they can rely on. And while our communities continue to deal with telecommunications black spots and deteriorating roads, it's worth remembering that this Albanese Labor government has not invested a single dollar in a new road infrastructure project in the electorate of Monash. Regional Australians deserve better. There have been some contributions on this to the issue of emergency or disaster roaming in the context of these issues. And I want to make a couple of points, Madam Deputy Speaker. Of course, the majority of industry participants are moving towards that goal in a few months' time, and I welcome that. As someone who represents a disaster-prone regional electorate, I'm supportive of that principle. I would add that moving ahead of industry-led regulation on that particular issue to mandate roaming provisions in an emergency or disaster restrained setting would be optimal, because while many telcos are moving towards that goal, not all will be taking up that aspirational invitation. I also want to welcome the announcement by the ACCC to investigate regional communications levels while also looking at radio access networks. The ACCC has completed at least 3 inquiries since the 2000s, and I would note each time it's concluded on the issue of mandated domestic roaming that it would present a disincentive to invest in regional communications. That is just a fact, and the current inquiry will of course be a fact-finding mission, so I will not preempt the outcome of that. At face value, there are 2 main concerns raised on the topic of mandated domestic roaming: that shareholder wealth of one company invested in its own infrastructure should not be arbitrarily shared with a competitor, if indeed all of that investment in that infrastructure has come from that private company. The second point is the market signal that it sends on investment, particularly in regions like mine, I won't name the company, but Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm still offended by a telco ad filmed in the middle of the outback somewhere where the actor essentially says, come with us, we can offer you a cheaper plan because, quote, we're not wasting money on investing in whoop-whoop areas like this. And that really illustrates my point. And so I don't want the telco companies that do invest in regional Australian to be penalised for doing so. I want them to be encouraged and incentivised to do so. Regional communications is a major issue for my electorate. It is a safety issue, it is an education issue, it is an equality of outcome challenge for students at high school and indeed university and TAFE to be able to complete the study and training opportunities that they need to be able to engage with. For small businesses in my electorate, too often I've spoken to a small business owner who has said, I just missed that order because my phone dropped out. That is not good enough. And so I firmly believe, Madam Deputy Speaker, your postcode shouldn't determine your potential, and I will fight for better regional communications in my electorate of Monash. I will fight for better roads, I will fight for better healthcare outcomes. But this is a seriously important issue for constituents in the Latrobe Valley, in Bass Coast, in South Gippsland and in West Gippsland. You deserve better. I'll stand up for you, and so will the Coalition, to make sure you get the investment and services you deserve.
The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Lindsay has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The immediate question is that the amendment be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. All those against say no. The noes have it. As it is necessary to resolve this question to enable further questions to be considered in relation to this bill, in accordance with Standing Order 195, this bill will be returned to the House for further consideration. I call the clerk.
Government business. Next order of the day, Therapeutic Goods Amendment, Medicines, Shortages and Other Measures Bill 2026, resumption of debate on the second reading and on the amendment moved by the member for Lindsay.
Before the debate is resumed on this bill, I advise the Federation Chamber that in the House it has been agreed that a general debate be allowed covering this bill and the Therapeutic Goods Charges Amendment Bill 2026. And I call the clerk. I go straight. Okay. The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Lindsay has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Griffith.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I want to begin by sharing the experience of a young man from West End in my community of Griffith. In January last year, he spent an entire weekend searching for somewhere to fill his script of quetiapine. Quetiapine is an atypical antipsychotic medicine used to treat conditions including psychosis, schizophrenia and bipolar disorder. For this young man, it was the medicine that helped him manage psychotic symptoms and stay well. He and his psychiatrist had spent months adjusting his treatment. They had found the dose that worked for him and he had seen real improvement in his health. Then he tried to fill his prescription. One pharmacy had no stock, neither did the next, nor the next. He kept searching across the entire weekend. After visiting 12 pharmacies, he finally secured enough tablets to last another week. But the only tablets available were 100 milligrams. To get the dosage right, he had no choice but to break tablets into two. The problem was that the extended release tablets are not supposed to be split. The 100 milligram tablets he had finally secured were not scored and could not be divided accurately. Even after finding a week's supply, he still could not be sure he was taking the right dose. His remaining supply had already run so low that he had begun rationing his medication to try and make it last. His psychiatrist had not changed his treatment. His health needs had not changed. He had a valid prescription and had followed every part of his care plan. The medicine simply was not there. For a person managing symptoms, missed or reduced doses can have serious consequences. They can cause withdrawal effects, the return of symptoms, and the risk of relapse. Searching for stock can be hard for anyone. It can be even harder for someone whose mental health is already under strain. This happened in West End, in Brisbane, within one of Australia's largest health and medical precincts. I've heard similar experiences from people trying to find ADHD medication. Some have called pharmacy after pharmacy searching for stock. Others have returned to their doctor and changed medicine purely due to what was available. That is a difficult way to make a treatment decision. ADHD medicines can have different doses, release patterns, and effects across the day. Changing medicine may mean another appointment, another prescription, and another period of adjustment. For children, an unplanned change can affect learning, behaviour, and family routines. For adults, it can affect work, study, driving, and everyday tasks. The Therapeutic Goods Administration, the TGA, recorded shortages across several methylphenidate products during 2024 and 2025. And while most have been resolved, some remain in short supply. These experiences show us why this bill is needed. The response to a medicine shortage should begin before a patient reaches their final tablets. Patients need clear information. Pharmacists and doctors need a time to plan. Hospitals need enough warning to protect people whose treatment cannot safely be interrupted. This bill implements several important public health measures in relation to the management of medicine shortages and discontinuations. Deputy Speaker, most people do not think about how their medicine reaches the local pharmacy, but pharmacies are often faced with long supply chains. A quality control problem at a factory, a delayed shipment, or a shortage of an ingredient can affect patients thousands of kilometres away. Demand can rise quickly. A company can decide to stop supplying a product. And while no government can prevent every factory fault or shipping delay, government can demand earlier warning and make sure information reaches the people planning the response. For a patient, a shortage may mean hours of calling pharmacies, extra travel and time away from work. It may mean paying for another appointment to obtain a new prescription. For a parent, it may mean searching for medicine needed by a child before school starts on Monday. For an older person, it may mean trying to navigate a change across several medicines and several doctors. A replacement medicine is not always a simple swap. A different strength may need new instructions. A different formulation may change how and when the medicine is taken. Another medicine may bring side effects or fail to control symptoms in the same way. Shortages place pressure on health workers too. Pharmacists spend hours contacting wholesalers and nearby stores. Doctors need to review treatment plans. A shortage of one brand can quickly increase demand for another. The alternative can then run short as well. Health workers need to see those pressures early before one supply problem spreads. Australia has required companies to report medicine shortages and permanent discontinuations since 2019. Companies must alert the TGA when certain prescription-controlled and non-prescription medicines are in short supply. A shortage with a critical impact must be reported within 2 working days. Other reportable shortages must be notified within 10 days. The TGA publishes shortage information and works with health professionals, companies and governments on alternative supply. That work depends on accurate and timely information. Under this bill, pharmaceutical companies must give at least 12 months' notice when they decide to permanently stop supplying a reportable medicine in Australia. If the decision is made less than 12 months before supply ends, the company must notify the TGA as soon as practicable. It must provide an update if the date changes or it decides to continue supply. Accurate information cannot be a one-off exercise. If a supply date changes, hospitals, wholesalers, pharmacists and doctors need to adjust their plans. That notice gives doctors time to review treatment and explain the options. Pharmacists can check stock, identify alternatives and contact affected patients. Hospitals can assess demand, secure available supply and prepare clinical advice. The extra time lets the TGA and governments examine alternative sources of supply before the remaining sources of stock are exhausted. For patients, it creates time for a planned and monitored change in treatment rather than an urgent search after a prescription cannot be filled. This bill gives the Secretary of the Department of Health, Disability and Ageing stronger powers to ask companies about medicine supply. Mandatory reporting currently covers certain medicines. Under this bill, the Secretary can seek information from the company responsible for any approved medicine. The TGA can ask how much stock is available, how long it will last, and when new supply may arrive. If one shortage increases demand for another product, the regulator can ask whether its supplier can meet that demand. The bill also updates the Medicines Watch List under Section 30EJ of the Therapeutic Goods Act, which covers medicines whose shortage could put people at risk of death or serious illness with no suitable alternative. They are used in ambulances, emergency departments, maternity wards, clinics and homes. The list includes intravenous morphine and diazepam for emergency and critical care. It includes antivenoms for snakes, funnel web spiders, box jellyfish and other venomous animals. It includes naloxone, injections and nasal spray, which can temporarily reverse an opioid overdose. The list covers adrenaline, auto-injectors, salbutamol inhalers, key antibiotics, vaccines and medicines used in obstetric emergencies. These medicines protect health and save lives across Australia. A break in supply could leave a paramedic, doctor, midwife or family without the treatment needed in a critical moment. The bill lets the watch list draw on source documents as they are updated so it can keep pace with the changes in medicine names, standards and clinical guidance. Griffith is home to one of Australia's leading health and medical precincts. Within a few kilometres we have the Princess Alexandra Hospital, the Mater, the Queensland Children's Hospital, private hospitals, specialist clinics, universities and the Translational Research Institute. Around 17,000 people in Griffith work in healthcare and social assistance. That is about 11% of our local workforce, the fourth highest share of any electorate in the country. These workers see medicine shortages from every side. Our community pharmacists know which patient has been stable on the same medicines for years. They are often the person explaining that the usual brand or strength is unavailable. Our GPs and specialists know that changing treatment can bring uncertainty. They need time to speak with patients, consider their medical history and monitor any new medicine. Our hospital pharmacists manage medicines for some of the sickest patients in Queensland. A shortage can affect emergency care, surgery, cancer treatment and the management of complex conditions. Earlier information gives each of them more room to act. A hospital pharmacist can identify the patients at greatest risk, a specialist can decide whether a safe alternative exists, a GP can explain a different dose or formulation. A community pharmacist can contact patients before their supply runs out. Deputy Speaker, the bill also places clear inspection powers for clinical trial sites in the Therapeutic Goods Act. Authorised officers can examine consent processes, clinical records, facilities and the way unapproved products are stored and used. These checks protect people who volunteer for trials and support confidence in the research taking place across Australia and in my community in Griffith. Clinical trials provide the evidence needed to assess new treatments, diagnostic tools and medical devices. They can give patients another option when existing treatments have not met their needs. In Griffith, I am so fortunate to have some of the world's leading medical research centres. The Translational Research Institute's clinical research facility on the Princess Alexandra Hospital campus supports researcher-led and commercially sponsored trials. It provides specialist facilities, staff and equipment to test new medicines, treatments and diagnostic tools. On the Queensland Children's Hospital campus, a purpose-built facility within the Centre for Children's Health Research supports studies involving children, including low-risk research and Phase 3 and Phase 4 trials. Mater Research has more than 200 active clinical trials across 9 areas of healthcare. These include studies of new medicines and medical devices, along with research led by the Mater, the University of Queensland and other institutions. Last week, I was delighted to join with researchers at Mater and celebrate their work. Earlier this year, the Australian Government provided $2 million for 7 research projects to improve care for some of our nation's smallest and most vulnerable babies. These projects show how research moves from an idea to better care in a hospital and why strong protections for every participant are so important. I'll just go through a few of the recipients of that funding. Professor Julie Wee is advancing the Tiny Baby Initiative, and its study will involve 2,400 extremely premature babies across 8 countries to identify the safest oxygen levels in the first moments after birth. Dr. Elizabeth Hurrian is preparing a trial for intravenous sodium sulphite that could help protect premature babies from cerebral palsy. And Professor Sailesh Kumar is developing a screening tool to identify babies affected by undetected placental problems. These projects, and many more, rely on babies, parents and families volunteering during a vulnerable time. The inspection powers in this bill help protect them and uphold the standards expected at every trial site. These checks protect participants and support the high standard of research taking place in Griffith and across Australia. Medicine needs to be affordable and it needs to be available when a patient presents their prescription, and the Albanese Labor government is working on both. From the 1st of this year, we cut the maximum PBS co-payment for general patients from $31.60 to $25. We froze the concessional co-payment at $7.70 until 2030. The PBS provides subsidised access to more than 900 medicines. These treatments support people living with cancer, diabetes, heart disease, asthma, mental ill health and many other conditions. We have introduced 60-day prescriptions for eligible medicines. This saves patients time and money and reduces the number of trips needed to renew regular medicines. Since July 2022, people in Griffith have saved more than $19.1 million across more than 2.1 million PBS prescriptions. Those savings are practical. They leave more in the household budget for rent, groceries, electricity and other bills. Lower prices help people fill their prescriptions. Better shortage information improves the chance that their medicine will be available when they arrive at the pharmacy. A cheaper prescription offers little comfort if the shelves are empty. Supply and cost need to be addressed together. Deputy Speaker, access to healthcare is central to the work of this Albanese Labor government. Labor created Medicare, and we continue to strengthen Medicare and the PBS for every Australian who relies on them. This bill gives pharmacists, doctors, hospitals and the TGA more time to respond when medicine supply is at risk. It requires earlier notice, provides better information and keeps the medicine watch list current. These changes will help health professionals plan ahead and support patients through any change in treatment. They reflect Labor's commitment to a health system that is prepared, dependable and centred on the needs of patients. Labor will continue to invest in Medicare, strengthen the PBS and improve access to medicines Australia rely on every day. That is important for the healthcare workers who live in my community of Griffith, the thousands of healthcare workers. It's important for the hospitals, the GPs, the pharmacies and all of the other allied health professionals in our community. And most importantly, it's important for the residents of Griffith, all of whom are so reliant on receiving good quality, affordable healthcare close to home. That is what we are committed to providing, and that is exactly what the Albanese Labor government is providing.
Thank you, and I give the call to the member for Lyne.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. For most Australians, medicine shortages are not an abstract problem about international supply chains or regulatory systems. They become very real when you walk into your local pharmacy with a prescription and the pharmacist tells you, "I'm sorry, we can't get it." That is particularly important in my electorate of Lyne. Lyne has the oldest population of any federal electorate in Australia. The last census, the median age was 51, compared with 38 nationally. It is also a community where household incomes are considerably below the national average. That combination matters when we talk about medicines. And in regional Australia, a medicine shortage can be particularly difficult. If you live in Sydney and your local pharmacy doesn't have something, there may be another pharmacy a few kilometres away. But if you live in Gloucester or Dungog or Stroud or one of the smaller communities across Lyne, that is not necessarily the case. Finding another pharmacy with stock might mean a substantial drive. For someone who is 80 years old, doesn't drive, is living on the pension and has limited mobility, that is a real problem. So I approached the Therapeutic Goods Amendment, Medicine Shortages and Other Measures Bill 2026 and the accompanying Therapeutic Goods Charges Amendment Bill 2026 from a very practical perspective. There are worthwhile measures in these bills. That is why the Coalition will not oppose them in the House. But there is an important distinction between managing a medicine shortage better and preventing that shortage from occurring in the first place. And that is where the government still has a lot more work to do. The main bill updates key aspects of Australia's therapeutic goods system, focusing on medicine shortages, biological medicines, clinical trials and related regulatory charges. A major focus is strengthening requirements for reporting medicine shortages and discontinuations. Sponsors of reportable medicines must notify the Therapeutic Goods Administration of shortages and permanent discontinuations. This bill makes those requirements stricter. Pharmaceutical companies will generally need to give 12 months' notice before discontinuing a reportable medicine in Australia. If 12 months' notice isn't possible, notice must be given as soon as practicable. That is a sensible change. Earlier notice gives stakeholders more time to prepare. It gives regulators more opportunity to identify alternative products. It gives clinicians more time to work out whether patients need to be transitioned to another medicine. And hopefully it means fewer patients finding out about a discontinuation when they arrive at the pharmacy counter. The legislation recognises that circumstances can change. If a sponsor changes its decision or timeline, it must update the Secretary accordingly. Again, that is sensible. The information held by the regulators should reflect what is actually happening in the market. The bill also gives the Secretary broader information gathering powers to require sponsors to provide availability and shortage information. The Secretary will be able to require sponsors of approved medicines to provide information about the availability of their products and about any shortage or discontinuation. This helps government act before a crisis develops. The legislation also updates the medicines watch list to keep it current as medicines and clinical circumstances change. The list covers medicines where a shortage could have a critical impact on patients. The amendments are intended to make it easier to keep that instrument current as medicines and clinical circumstances change. These are all reasonable reforms, and they build on changes made by the former coalition government in 2018, when mandatory reporting of shortages of important medicines was introduced, together with stronger penalties for non-compliance. But we should understand what these latest changes actually achieve. They improve information, they improve warning, they improve the government's visibility of the shortage. What they do not necessarily do is stop the shortage occurring, and that distinction matters. That distinction matters because the difference between being able to access a critical medicine and not being able to access it are significant. Medication is life-saving. Constituents often write to me about how certain medications have changed their life for the better. Anna from Killabark, who has relapsing remitting multiple sclerosis, says for over 10 years she's had to live with fatigue, balance issues, cognitive challenges and the constant uncertainty of what tomorrow might bring. 2 years ago, she started a new treatment, a new medication, which she says gave her something she hadn't felt for a long time, confidence that my disease was finally being controlled and hope that I could continue living the life I'd worked so hard to build. Now, Anna faces the prospect of losing access to life-changing medication because of government pricing negotiations. Anna says being forced to change medications is frightening. To now face the possibility of losing the treatment that is keeping us stable has created enormous fear and distress among thousands of Australians living with this disease. It's stories like this that remind us just how important access to medicine is. It is stories like this that highlight how this bill falls short in achieving that. Deputy Speaker, the bill also contains reforms relating to biological medicines, allowing closely related biological products from the same sponsor to be grouped under a single registration where the legislative requirements are satisfied. In plain English, if a company has essentially the same biological medicine in several closely related forms, we should not necessarily require the company to duplicate the entire regulatory process for every minor variation. That is something I support. Regulation has to protect patients, that is non-negotiable, but regulation should not create paperwork for the sake of paperwork. And at a time when we are concerned about the availability and commercial viability of medicines in a relatively small Australian market, unnecessary regulatory cost matters. Deputy Speaker, the Therapeutic Goods Charges Amendment Bill accompanies these changes because the main bill changes the way certain biological products can be grouped on the Australian Register of Therapeutic Goods. The charging legislation also needs to be changed so that the charging arrangements work properly with the new structure. That is largely machinery legislation, but it illustrates something important. When we remove unnecessary regulatory duplication, we should also make sure businesses are not continuing to pay duplicated regulatory charges for processes that no longer need to occur separately. Deputy Speaker, all of that explains why the Coalition is not opposing these bills. But it also brings us to the fundamental weakness. These bills are principally about how Australia manages shortages once the risk has emerged. They do not answer the bigger question. Why is Australia experiencing so many medicine shortages in the first place? Throughout 2025, more than 400 medicine shortages were listed on the TGA's Medicine Shortage Reports database. Australia imports around 90% of the medicines we rely upon, yet we account for barely 2% of the global pharmaceutical market. That makes us vulnerable. When there is a global shortage, Australia is a small customer competing against the United States, Europe and much larger markets. There is another figure that should concern this Parliament. When a medicine is unavailable in Australia, the TGA can use special arrangements to allow substitute overseas products to be supplied. Since mandatory shortage and discontinuation reporting was introduced, the number of these substitution approvals has more than doubled, from 99 in 2019 to more than 200 in 2024-25. That tells us something. Our system is increasingly having to find workarounds when normal supply fails, and a workaround is not the same thing as having a resilient system. There is another extraordinary statistic. A Royal Australian College of General Practitioners poll in 2025 found that nearly 3/4 of GPs said their patients were the most common way they learned about medicine shortages. Think about that. The patient goes to the pharmacy. The pharmacist cannot fill the prescription. The patient goes back to the doctor, and the patient effectively becomes the doctor's warning system. According to that polling, the TGA accounted for just 2% of GPs first learning about shortages, and manufacturers just 1%. That is not good enough. Deputy Speaker, perhaps the clearest demonstration of Australia's vulnerability was the shortage of intravenous fluids beginning in 2024. IV fluids are among the most basic products used in a hospital. Saline is not some obscure experimental medicine. It's a fundamental to the operation of a modern health system. Yet Australia experienced a critical shortage. What makes this example particularly frustrating is that Australia actually has domestic manufacturing capability. The government had been warned of supply concerns well before the shortage reached its most serious point. Yet a national monitoring group was not established until August 2024, after the shortage had become critical. Then in 2025, the government announced a $40 million joint investment to expand domestic manufacturing capacity. That investment is welcome, but why did Australia have to reach a critical shortage before government acted? My colleague, the Shadow Minister for Health, Senator Anne Ruston, put the question well at the time. What does a future made in Australia actually mean if the government cannot guarantee something as basic as saline? That question remains relevant. Deputy Speaker, the Albanese government is prepared to spend billions of dollars under its Future Made in Australia agenda, but sovereign capability should not mean politicians in Canberra cherry-picking fashionable industries and pet projects. It should start with identifying the things Australians genuinely cannot afford to be without: fuel, food, defence capability, critical infrastructure and essential medicines. Medicine security is national resilience. The COVID pandemic should have taught us that. The increasing instability in international shipping and global supply chains should reinforce it. Australia cannot manufacture every medicine we consume, but there is a very large distance between manufacturing everything and being dangerously dependent on everyone else. We need a serious assessment of where Australia is vulnerable. Which essential medicines have only one supplier? Which rely upon active ingredients from a single country or manufacturer? Which medicines have no practical substitute? Which medicines would have the greatest consequences if supply stopped? What strategic stockpiles should Australia maintain? Where should we diversify our overseas suppliers? And where does it make economic and strategic sense to maintain Australian manufacturing capability? Those are the questions a genuine medicine security strategy should answer. The government also needs to be prepared to look at an uncomfortable part of this debate. Australia must make sure its regulatory and pricing systems do not inadvertently make the supply of essential medicines commercially unviable. Australians rightly expect medicines to be safe. Taxpayers rightly expect value for money through the pharmaceutical benefit scheme. But the cheapest theoretical price is not much use if nobody wants to supply the medicine. Government needs to understand where low margins, small market size, regulatory costs and reliance on single manufacturers are creating vulnerabilities. And it needs to identify those risks before the manufacturer tells it is leaving the market. That is another reason the 12-month discontinuation requirement in this legislation is useful. But again, receiving 12 months' notice is that a medicine is disappearing gives government time to respond. It does not automatically give Australia another supplier. Deputy Speaker, the Coalition, as I've said, will not oppose these bills in the House. The Senate has referred them to the Community Affairs Legislation Committee so stakeholders can be heard and the legislation examined in greater detail. The Coalition reserves its position on changes to the bills following that inquiry. The measures before us are sensible, but Parliament should not confuse improving the administration of medicine shortages with solving medicine shortages. The real test is whether the TGA receives a notification 12 months earlier. The real test is whether the 80-year-old in tea gardens can get the medicine their doctor prescribed, or whether the pensioner in Foster can fill a prescription without visiting 3 pharmacies, and whether our doctors know about shortages before their patients tell them, and whether Manning Base Hospital or one of the other regional country hospitals in my electorate have the essential medicines and supplies available to them when patients need them. That is what medicine security looks like outside Canberra. Australia needs a comprehensive medicine security strategy. We need to identify our critical medicines. We need to understand where there are single points of failure. We need diversified supply chains. We need appropriate strategic reserves. We need to examine the commercial viability of essential medicines in the Australian market. And where the strategic case stacks up, we need sovereign manufacturing capacity. These bills improve the warning system, and that is certainly worthwhile. But after 4 years in government, Labor needs to do more than tell Australians earlier that there is a problem. It needs a plan to reduce the likelihood of the problem occurring in the first place. Thank you.
Thank you, and I give the call to the member for Moreton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, when you walk into the urgent care clinic in Oxley in my electorate on Brisbane's south side, you'll be greeted with a smile, and whether you've got a cut, whether you've got a burn, whether you've got a fracture, they'll treat it with just your Medicare card. And when you get to the counter at one of the 28 fully bulk billed GP practices in my community, all you'll need is that little green card when you're sick. And Deputy Speaker, when you ask John the pharmacist at the 8 Mile Plains discount drugstore for a PBS medicine, all you'll ever pay is $25. And it's because Labor governments, and this Labor government, believe that healthcare should be accessible and that it should be affordable. Because Australia's public healthcare system was conceived and planned by Labor governments. It was legislated and implemented by Labor governments. It's been supported and strengthened by Labor governments. And it is one of our most valued public institutions. This system is based on Labor's commitment to the principle of universal healthcare, and its foundation has supported the growth of our healthcare system, one that is built on reliability, that is built on accessibility, and fundamentally that is built on trust. And, Deputy Speaker, at the end of this week, I turn 40. Luckily, I am not as old as Medicare, because Medicare is 42. And so for more than 4 decades, Australians have had confidence when they need that care. The healthcare system is ready to support them. We trust that we will be able to access medical help from the GP when we need it. We expect that Medicare will help make that care affordable. We have faith that healthcare professionals will provide quality and timely treatment. We depend on our hospitals for times of emergency and crisis. And Deputy Speaker, we count on our local pharmacy to have the medicines we need when we need them. Whether that is a course of antibiotics for a sudden illness or an ongoing prescription that helps manage a chronic condition, we count on them. In recent years, however, Australians have had to cope with medicine shortages, and this is not merely an inconvenience. Medicine shortages decrease the confidence Australians have in our healthcare system. They cause uncertainty and anxiety in patients. They affect pharmacists who have to explain supply disruptions which are out of their control. They create additional work for doctors who may be required to adjust treatment plans or find substitute medicines. And, importantly, for vulnerable Australians, such as those living with chronic conditions or those in rural and remote communities, it can be particularly damaging. The Therapeutic Goods Administration Act provides up-to-date information on medicine shortages, explaining that they may be due to issues with manufacturing, challenges with the supply chain, regulatory barriers, trade constraints, or an unanticipated increase in demand for specific medicines. And Deputy Speaker, pharmaceutical supply chains are complex. You only have to walk into Symbion in my electorate in Acacia Ridge and look up at the thousands of different medicines being moved by robotic arms with enormous security to understand that. While many of the medicine shortages that have affected Australians arise from global factors beyond our control, it is our responsibility to ensure that our healthcare system can respond effectively. And that's where the Therapeutic Goods Amendment, Medicine Shortages and Other Measures Bill 2026 comes in. Because the bill amends the Therapeutic Goods Act of 1989 to improve key elements of Australia's medicine shortage management framework. And this will ensure that we are better equipped to respond when supplies of essential medicines come under pressure. And because when those supplies come under pressure, it affects people's lives. It affects their livelihoods, it affects their families, and we believe that we need to do something about that. The bill will achieve this through three specific measures. Firstly, it focuses on improving Australia's preparedness for the withdrawal of essential medicines from the market. Basically, it legislates the ability for us to plan going forward. Pharmaceutical companies will be required to provide early notification when they decide to permanently discontinue the supply of a reportable medicine in Australia. And this information must be provided to the Secretary of the Department of Health, Disability and Ageing at least 12 months before the discontinuation takes effect where possible. If that timeframe is not possible, advice must be received as soon as practicable after the decision is made. The second measure adds transparency to those decisions by requiring pharmaceutical companies to provide ongoing updates if their intended course of action changes. It's about saying to these companies, tell us what you're doing and tell us if it changes. Decisions to discontinue medicines are not always irrevocable, and implementation timeframes can shift in response to market conditions, manufacturing considerations, or supply chain developments. This bill requires companies to notify the Secretary if a proposed discontinuation is delayed, if it's brought forward, or if it's cancelled. And these measures will ensure that government, healthcare professionals and patients are working from the most current information available, enabling better preparation and reducing the likelihood of unexpected disruptions to access to essential medicines. Australians, quite frankly, deserve to know, and they deserve to know as soon as possible. Thirdly, the bill also enhances the government's ability to monitor and respond to emerging supply risks. It empowers the Secretary to require sponsors of approved medicines to provide information about the availability of their products in Australia. This includes information relating to actual or anticipated shortages, as well as any plans to discontinue supply. Access to this information will support earlier identification of potential problems and enable more proactive management of risks to medicine availability. This bill also contains a couple of technical and regulatory amendments. It streamlines regulatory arrangements for biological medicines by allowing the Secretary to establish common biological groups. This will enable closely related biological products to be recorded under a single entry on on the Australian Register of Therapeutic Goods, rather than requiring multiple separate entries. By reducing unnecessary duplication, these changes will simplify administrative processes, lower compliance costs for sponsors, and reduce regulatory burden, while maintaining the necessary oversight of the safety and quality of medication. The bill includes an important technical amendment to strengthen the operation of Australia's clinical trial regulatory framework as well. The amendment provides clear legislative authority for authorised officers to inspect and assess clinical trial sites to ensure that unapproved therapeutic goods being supplied or used as part of clinical research are complying with all relevant conditions and requirements. This is an important safeguard that supports the protection of trial participants and helps ensure the integrity of Australia's clinical research system. By placing these powers on a clearer statutory footing, the bill strengthens oversight arrangements while supporting the continued safe and effective conduct of clinical trials in this country. Deputy Speaker, this bill sits within a wider landscape of the Albanese Labor government's commitment to the Pharmaceutical Benefits Scheme, another institution that Labor is justly proud of and an important key component of our healthcare system. The PBS ensures that Australians can access at an affordable price, regardless of their income, regardless of their circumstances, regardless of their bank balance. Access to medicine should never be determined by a person's capacity to pay. The Albanese government remains firmly committed to strengthening both the PBS and Medicare and ensuring that all Australians can access high-quality, affordable healthcare. That's what we believe. It's what's in our DNA. And it's what we do every single day. Because at a time when many households continue to face cost of living pressures, we have taken significant steps to reduce the cost of medicines and ease pressure on family budgets. The Albanese Labor government has reduced the maximum cost of a PBS medicine to $25, the lowest in 2 decades. We've also frozen the cost of PBS medicines for concession card holders at $7.70, helping pensioners, concession card holders and other vulnerable Australians to continue to access the medicines they rely upon without facing additional financial pressure. These measures are making a real difference. They're helping Australians fill their prescriptions, continue their treatment plans, and better manage their health while delivering meaningful cost of living relief at the same time. However, affordable medicines are of little use if they are unavailable. That is why this government is focused on both strengthening the framework for managing medicine shortages and building a healthcare system that is more resilient. And that resilience is something that Australians deserve. I think we would all agree that ultimately the strength of a healthcare system is measured both by the quality of care it provides and the reliability with which that care is delivered. The amendments in this bill are an important step towards ensuring that Australia's healthcare system remains worthy of the trust that millions of Australians place in it every single day. Labor governments will always stand up for Medicare and the Pharmaceutical Benefits Scheme. We will continue to protect those institutions, strengthen them for future generations, and ensure that Australians can access the healthcare and the medicines that they need, most importantly, when they need them.
Then I give the call to the member for Kooyong.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Since its inception in 1948, Australia's pharmaceutical benefits scheme has been one of our great public policy achievements, giving Australians access to essential medicines at a fraction of what people pay in comparable countries. But our PBS is under real pressure, and the events of the last few months should worry all Australians. Patients living with multiple sclerosis, cancer, opioid dependence, inflammatory bowel disease and other serious conditions have faced growing uncertainty about whether the medications keeping them healthy, independent and engaged in their communities will remain available to them. Supply of 4 medications across different therapeutic areas has been thrown into doubt in the space of 3 months. It's not a coincidence, it's a warning sign. Zoladex for breast cancer and endometriosis is being taken off the PBS by AstraZeneca for commercial reasons. Sublocade, used by thousands of Australians with opioid dependence, is being withdrawn from our market by its sponsor, Invidior, for commercial reasons. And until recently, over 13,000 Australians living with multiple sclerosis, roughly half of all of the Australians with multiple sclerosis, disproportionately women, faced the very real prospect of losing subsidised access to Ocrevus and Kesimpta. Now, that risk arose not because the medicine stopped working for those patients or because of a supply chain issue, but because the medication's sponsors, Roche and Novartis, rejected proposed price cuts of up to 50%, triggering a fortnight of significant anxiety and uncertainty for Australians living with MS and their clinicians. Now, the Health Minister has since confirmed that the MS medications will remain listed for the moment, but only after thousands of patients spent weeks unsure whether or not the medicines that they need would still be there for them at the end of that month. Now, it seems inevitable, given the government's current struggles with the PBAC and TGA, that more such battles will follow. And I've heard directly from many constituents in Kooyong about how these changes and these uncertainties make them feel. They feel anxious. They feel afraid. They feel like unwilling and helpless pawns in a struggle between their government and multinational drug companies. I spoke with Lucy, a gorgeous, very brave woman who lives in Prahran. She says that her breast cancer is still the main character in her life. At a time when she's dealing with recovery and difficulty with work, losing access to Zoladex is the last thing that she needs. And she knows scores of young women from across Kooyong and Melbourne who are in the same boat. Kate, a single mum with 2 children from Hawthorn, said, "It absolutely terrifies me that this drug might no longer be available to me and to others who need it." Australians should not be made to feel this way. This bill addresses some, but only some, of the issues. It strengthens the mandatory reporting framework under the Therapeutic Goods Act, requiring sponsors of all reportable medicines to give the Secretary of the Department of Health, Disability and Ageing at least 12 months' notice of a decision to permanently discontinue supply and to update the TGA if their plans change. That is a very small improvement on the status quo, where only discontinuations that are likely to be of critical impact require 12-month notification, with other reportable medicines requiring only 6 months' notice. A stronger notification regime means better planning, fewer rushed clinical decisions and less anxiety. But this modest enhancement to Australia's medicines notification regime does not go nearly far enough. There's much more to do on notifications, on continuity of care and on patient protections. This bill requires 12 months' notice of discontinuation, but it also allows the sponsor to notify only as soon as practicable when earlier notice is not available, with no obligation to explain why. No requirement to tell the Secretary when they first knew trouble was coming. No obligation to tell the Secretary what they've done to avoid it and what mitigation strategies might be in place. Secondly, the bill's critical impact test asks only whether a registered substitute exists in sufficient quantity. That ignores the fact that stability of therapy is sometimes a clinical goal, that for those individuals who need treatment with anticonvulsants, antipsychotics or immunosuppressants and other conditions in which continuity and stability of care is vital, substitutes are often inadequate alternatives. The bill also applies only to discontinuation or shortages of supply. It wouldn't apply to sponsors' commercial decisions to cease supplying agents like Ocrevus, Kesimpta and Zoladex under the PBS. Where medications remain registered, manufactured and theoretically at least physically available, patients will not be informed that they are no longer funded under our PBS. This bill's notification framework is silent on this critical issue. And, Deputy Speaker, the strongest and most airtight notification regime cannot safeguard our system against the scale of Australians' medicines vulnerability. Now, the TGA's database currently lists close to 400 medicines in shortage and a further 79 anticipated shortages. About 40 of those are rated critical. They include blood thinners, antibiotics and hormone replacement therapy. As many as 120 new shortages are notified every month. It's not easy to keep track of those numbers. These are ongoing supply issues which preceded but have worsened since the pandemic. Every one of those shortages represents a supply failure, and it converts into a cost which is borne by patients in money, in time, in inconvenience and in stress. If this bill was serious about continuity of care, we would be creating cost and access protections for those patients who are forced onto second-line therapies during declared shortages, so that these supply chain failures, which are not their own fault, let us remember, don't result in increased out-of-pocket costs for patients. The reality is that Australia shouldn't be experiencing all these shortages, but we are too slow and too cautious and too stingy in how we assess and price new medicines. TGA approval typically takes about a year. PBAC listing takes an average of 466 days. MSAC assessment, 1 to 2 years. Only about 27% of innovative medicines available globally ever reach our PBS. And a report released just this month found that only 25% of medicines launched over the last decade globally have been listed here. That's against 88% in the United States and 46% in the United Kingdom. Net investment in Australia in innovative medicines has fallen from 6.2 to 4.1% of the health budget since 2015-2016. And we pay about a third less than Canada for innovative medicines, while we take almost 4 years longer than Spain or the UK to fund first-in-class treatments once they actually have been proven safe and effective. Layer onto that the United States' most favoured nation's pricing policy, which is pushing global companies to treat the lowest price that they accept anywhere as a floor for what they can charge in the much larger American market, and it's little wonder that the Health Minister himself has warned of the chilling effect on companies' willingness to bring us any new medicines at all. Other countries have read these signs and they've acted. The UK has struck a pricing deal with the US and has listed its cost-effectiveness threshold for the first time in 20 years. Ireland has locked in faster reimbursements and new means of funding. South Korea has overhauled its system for the first time in 13 years. Australia's response so far has been yet another round of consultation. The government accepted in full the 50 recommendations of its own 2021 HTA policy and methods review. But more than 2 years later, they remain almost entirely unimplemented, including the reforms to comparator selection and to discount rates that sat at the heart of the recent MS medication pricing dispute. The Health Technology Assessment Review Implementation Advisory Group delivered its final report and roadmap to the Minister in December 2025. 8 months later, that report has still not been made public. I call on the government here to publish that final report and roadmap, to allocate funding for its implementation in the 2026-2027 MyEFO, and to use the next 5-year strategic agreement with Medicines Australia, which has to be negotiated in the next year, to deliver on those HTA reforms. Our vulnerabilities with medicine are not just a health issue. They're a question of supply chain resilience and of sovereign risk. We can survive fuel disruptions, but many Australians will not survive an extended breakdown in our medicine supply. So it's not simply a health issue. Australia manufactures very little of what it consumes. We have almost no capacity to produce active pharmaceutical ingredients for most products on the WHO's essential medicines list. When supply chains are disrupted by shipping delays, demand spikes in larger markets, or by sponsors' commercial decisions, Australia has a very limited ability to respond. We could manufacture many off-patent medications more cheaply onshore than we pay to import them now. But our aggressive PBS price settings, for which we're so proud, for out-of-patent medications, have squeezed margins to the point where the local manufacture of many generic products has become commercially unviable. As a result, production has been pushed offshore to lower-cost markets like India and China at the cost of sovereign capacity. The best case for sovereign manufacturing is not that Australia could produce these medicines more cheaply tomorrow, it's that a modest premium for locally manufactured, essential and off-patent medicines would cost taxpayers much less than the economic and clinical cost of repeated shortages, and far less than the sovereign risk of leaving ourselves exposed to complete supply chain disruption. There's been too little movement on this front by this government. There has been some, but it's been patchy, opaque and non-competitive. The government has invested in expanding onshore IV fluids production in partnership with Baxter. It's invested in Moderna's onshore mRNA manufacturing capacity and in the Future Made in Australia package, which includes funding for locally produced medicines and the National Medicine Stockpile. We have a medicine science co-investment plan for building up manufacturing capacities. Private investment has followed. Vitex Pharmaceuticals has opened a manufacturing facility in Western Sydney, and NewMed's new Adelaide facility should add significant onshore tablet and liquid formulation capacity. They're encouraging, but these investments are very piecemeal and almost entirely reactive. Australia's medicines supply chain deserves the same systemic national resilience treatment that we apply to our defence industrial capacity. An expanded sovereign manufacturing capacity would strengthen our role as a health security partner across the Pacific. Pacific Island nations have little or no domestic medicines manufacturing capacity of their own, and they're even more exposed than us to global supply chain disruptions. A more substantial, dedicated Australian manufacturing base would enable us to exist our health security role from aid funding onto onshore supply capacity. This would be analogous and complementary to sovereign defence industrial capacity that we're already building now with our regional partners. So in view of that, Deputy Speaker, I'm moving detailed amendments proposing a national medicines security review, including a specific assessment of Australia's thin stock holding of essential and critical medicines, and whether the national medical stockpile has the right settings to protect us through the next global disruption. We need this before the next 5-year strategic agreement with Medicines Australia, which contains Australia's medicines supply security guarantee, is renegotiated next year. I'm moving these amendments because while I support the very modest measures in this bill, they are insufficient. Sublocade, Zoladex, Ocrevus and Kesimpta are not the last medicines on the chopping block. They're the start of a broader trend. Australians built our PBS so that we don't have to choose between our health and our finances. It's our responsibility to ensure that that promise holds, not just against ordinary supply shortages, but also in the face of the increasing cost and complexity of the global pharmaceutical market, in the face of inadequate funding, slow approvals and licensing and increasing sovereign risk. So I commend the somewhat milquetoast measures in this bill to the House, but I urge the government to act with greater urgency and vision. to secure the future of our PBS and our medicine sovereignty. In doing so, I move...
Oh, you're moving a second reading amendment now?
I move the Amendment 3 as circulated in my name.
Is the member for Kooyong's second reading amendment seconded?
Yes, I second the amendment and reserve.
And I thank the member for McKellar. Now, the original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Lindsay moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. Now, the honourable member for Kooyong has moved an amendment to that amendment, adding words. The question before the Federation Chamber now is that the amendment moved by the honourable member for Kooyong to the amendment moved by the honourable member for Lindsay be agreed to. No, we'll have a debate on that.
Oh, sorry.
Is the member for Moore seeking the call?
Yes, sorry.
The member for Moore has the call.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak in support of the Therapeutic Goods Amendment, Medicine Shortages and Other Measures Bill 2026 and the Therapeutic Goods Charges Amendment Bill 2026. These bills deal with a basic part of our health system, making sure Australians can get the medicines they need when they need them. For most people, the supply of medicines is something they do not think about until something goes wrong. You go to the doctor, you get a prescription, you go to the pharmacy, and you expect the medicine to be there. Most of the time, that is exactly what happens. But behind that simple process is a large and complex supply chain. Medicines can be made overseas, ingredients come from several countries, products can pass through manufacturers, ports, warehouses and distributors before they arrive at the local pharmacy. A problem anywhere in that chain can affect patients here in Australia. A factory can close, there can be a shortage of raw ingredients, a natural disaster can interrupt production, conflict can disrupt shipping, demand can suddenly rise, a manufacturer can decide it will no longer supply a particular medicine in Australia. And some of those events cannot be prevented. But we can make sure Australia is better prepared when they do happen. For me, this is not simply an issue I've read about in a briefing paper. At 25, I was diagnosed with chronic kidney disease, and in 2020, I received a kidney transplant from my brother Joe. A transplant changes your life in plenty of ways, and one of them is medicines become part of your daily routine. For people who have had an organ transplant, the medicines we take are not optional. They help stop our immune systems from attacking the transplanted organ. You do not simply decide to miss a few doses and hope for the best. So when we debate medicine shortages, I think about what that means from the other side of the pharmacy counter. I think about the person in Moore who's had a transplant. I think about the parent managing a child's serious health condition. I think about someone receiving cancer treatment or managing epilepsy, diabetes, or another long-term illness. And for those people, the words medicine shortage have a very different meaning. A shortage can mean uncertainty about whether the treatment that has kept you well will still be available next month. It can mean changing treatment. It can mean going back to your specialist. It can mean trying different medicine that may not work in exactly the same way. For pharmacists, it can mean hours spent looking at stock or speaking with doctors about alternatives. For doctors, it can mean changing treatment plans and explaining those changes to patients. And across the health system, it creates pressure that could have been reduced if there had been earlier warning. And that is why information is so important. When medicine is going to disappear from the Australian market, doctors, pharmacists, patients and government need as much warning as possible. This bill strengthens the existing reporting system. And under these changes, a pharmaceutical company that decides to permanently discontinue a reportable medicine in Australia will generally have to notify the Department of Health, Disability and Ageing at least 12 months before supply ends. And that is an important qualification. Sometimes a company simply will not know 12 months ahead. A factory may suddenly close, a supplier may fail, an international company may make a commercial decision quickly. That bill recognises that reality. But where 12 months' notice cannot be provided, the sponsor must notify the Secretary as soon as practical after the decision has been made. And that is a sensible balance. It sets a clear expectation that government should be told early, while recognising that global medicine supply chains cannot always be predicted a year in advance. The value of earlier notice is straightforward. If we know that an important medicine will disappear, we will have more time to respond. Health professionals can consider alternatives. Government can examine other supply options. Other suppliers may have time to increase production or imports. Patients can receive clear information and work with their doctors rather than discovering the problem when they arrive at the pharmacy. For someone like me, that distinction is important. If one of the medicines I rely on was going to be withdrawn, I would much rather have my specialist pharmacist and the health system know about it 12 months beforehand rather than find out about it when I'm at the pharmacy trying to fill my script. I suspect every Australian who depends on regular medicine would say the same thing, and the bill recognises that plans change. A company might tell the government that it intends to stop supplying medicine and later decide to continue, or the date when supply is expected to end may change. Under the bill, sponsors will have to update the Secretary when those plans change. For medicines where a discontinuation could have a critical impact, the reporting timeframes are much faster, and that is appropriate. If there is no reasonable substitute for the medicine, if there may not be enough of the substitute available, and if losing access could seriously affect health of patients, the government needs to know quickly. And this is not paperwork for paperwork's sake. There is little value in requiring early notification if the information becomes wrong 6 months later and nobody has to correct it. The goal is accurate information that can be acted upon. The bill also strengthens the Secretary's ability to ask medicine sponsors for information about supply. At present, those powers are more limited and focus on medicines covered by the Reportable Medicines Framework. The amendments will allow information to be requested about any approved medicine. That is important because a shortage does not become serious only because a medicine happens to appear on a particular list. If the Therapeutic Goods Administration becomes aware that supply of an approved medicine may be under pressure, it should be able to ask some pretty basic questions. How much medicine is available? Is there a shortage? How long is that shortage expected to last? Has a decision been made to stop supplying the medicine in Australia? Those are reasonable questions for our national medicines regulator to ask. These reforms have been shaped by consultation. The TGA consulted consumers, health professionals, the pharmaceutical industry and governments about medicine shortages and discontinuations. In 2024, more than 200 responses were received through public consultation alongside research involving consumers, pharmacists and prescribers. Further consultation was then undertaken on the proposed reforms. One concern was clear. People need earlier and more reliable information when medicine supply is at risk, and these amendments respond to that concern. The bill also improves the medicines watch list. The watch list identifies medicine where a shortage or discontinuation could have a critical impact on Australia. The bill will allow the list to incorporate other documents as they are updated from time to time. Again, that sounds technical, but the purpose is practical. Our understanding of medicine supply risk changes. A system designed to identify critical medicines has to be capable of keeping up. The legislation also reforms the regulation of biologicals. Biologicals are therapeutic products that contain, consist, or be derived from human cells or tissues. They can be used to treat or prevent disease, diagnose conditions, or change parts or processes of the human body. These products must be carefully regulated, but careful regulation does not require unnecessary duplication. Under the present arrangements, closely related biological products can require separate entries on the Australian Register of Therapeutic Goods. That can mean separate administration, separate entries and separate annual charges, even where the products are essentially similar. The bill allows the Secretary to establish common biological groups. The similar biologicals can then share a single entry on the register. That reduces unnecessary duplication and regulation costs without weakening the standards applying to therapeutic goods. And that reform works together with the Therapeutic Goods Charges Amendment Bill. The Charges Bill amends the Therapeutic Goods Charges Act so that the annual charge can be prescribed for grouped biologicals held under that single entry. Instead of sponsors maintaining several entries and paying several annual charges for closely related products, the system can recognise a single grouped entry. The two bills therefore need to work together. The first creates the ability to group these biologicals. The second makes sure that the charging arrangements fit the new system. The TGA operates largely through cost recovery. Annual charges support activities including post-market monitoring and compliance. The reforms do not remove that responsibility. They simply make the charging system fit a more efficient registration system. Consultation with around 40 stakeholders on the biologicals changes show broad support for reducing duplication and improving efficiency, and that is sensible regulatory reform. Good regulation should protect Australians. It should set strong standards where safety is involved. But where government can remove duplication without reducing protection, we should do that too. The Therapeutic Goods Bill also clarifies inspection powers at clinical trial sites. Clinical trials are essential to medical progress. My own life is evidence of what decades of medical research can achieve. Kidney transplantation was once experimental medicine. Today, because generations of researchers, clinicians, donors and patients and people like me can receive a transplant, return to work, raise a family and stand in this chamber. But medical progress depends on public confidence. People who volunteer to participate in clinical trials must know that their safety is protected. The bill therefore gives authorised officers clear legal powers to enter, search and inspect clinical trial sites where unapproved therapeutic goods are being used. These powers already exist through delegated legislation. The bill moves them into primary legislation so their legal basis is clear. It is a technical legal change, but it serves an important purpose, protecting the people whose participation makes future medical advances possible. The bill also contains smaller changes to improve consistency, remove outdated provisions and correct errors. Taken together, these bills strengthen Australia's therapeutic goods system. But there is also a wider issue here. Access to medicine is both about affordability and availability. This government has cut the maximum price of general PBS medicine prescription to $25 and frozen concessional prescriptions at $7.70. I know personally how important the pharmaceutical benefit scheme is. After a kidney transplant, there is no point receiving world-class surgery if the medicines required afterwards are beyond reach. The transplant is one day. The medication continues every day after that. That is why the PBS is one of Australia's great public institutions. It means serious illness does not automatically come with a choice between your health and your household budget. And for people across Moore, whether they are retirees in Belden, families in Craigie, workers in Joondalup or patients anywhere across our northern suburbs, access to medicine has to mean more than having a prescription in your hand. It means the medicine has to be affordable, it has to be safe, and it has to be available at the pharmacy. The same is true in every community across Australia. An affordable medicine that cannot be supplied does not help a patient. A medicine that is available but unaffordable does not deliver a health system Australians deserve. We need to address both sides, and that is why these bills sit alongside our broader commitment to cheaper medicines, Medicare and the PBS. Most Australians will never read the Australian Register of Therapeutic Goods, and they will not study the medicines watch list. And I doubt many people in Moore are waiting eagerly for an explanation of the annual charging arrangements for grouped biologicals. But they rely on these systems whether they know their names or not. They rely on them when they take the tablet in the morning. They rely on them when their children needs medicine. They rely on them when a parent begins cancer treatment. And I rely on them when I take the medicines that continue to protect the kidney my brother gave me. And that is what sits behind the technical language in these bills. earlier warnings about medicine supply, better information when shortages occur, a stronger ability for the regulator to respond, and less unnecessary duplication, clear safeguards for clinical trials, and a health system better prepared to keep essential medicines in the hands of Australians who need them. And no law can stop every medicine shortage. Australia is part of the global market and supply disruptions will continue to happen. But if we build a system that sees problems earlier and responds faster, for patients, that extra time can be extremely important. These are practical reforms which help the way Australia manages medicines while supporting an efficient and strong regulatory system. They protect patients, they support health professionals, they improve accountability from medicine suppliers, and they strengthen the wider system that Australians depend on every day. For me, there is nothing academic about access to medicine. I've been fortunate enough to benefit from the extraordinary Australian healthcare, from medical science, from the PBS, and from above all my brother who was willing to give me a kidney. I want every Australian who depends on medicine to have confidence that the system behind them is doing everything reasonable to keep their treatment available. These bills help us do that. I commend the bills to the House.
And I thank the member for more for that contribution. The question is that the amendment moved by the honourable member for Kooyong to the amendment moved by the honourable member for Lindsay be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Wentworth.
Deputy Speaker, I rise to speak in support of this bill. This bill strengthens the existing mandatory reporting scheme for medicine shortages. Sponsors will now be required to notify the Secretary of the Department of Health, Disability and Ageing of a discontinuation of at least 12 months in advance, rather than the currently tiered system, where only discontinuations likely to have a critical impact require 12 months' notice, and all others just require 6. This will give patients, clinicians and the health system more consistent advance warning of upcoming medicine discontinuations, regardless of severity. The bill would also streamline listing requirements by allowing the Secretary to determine common biological groups, letting similar biologicals share a single entry in the Australian Register of Therapeutic Goods, ARTG, rather than requiring a separately charged entry for each. This bill also fixes a technical gap in the Medicines Watch List, which tracks medicines with a critical impact. This list, which already incorporates documents like the National Immunisation Program, NIP schedule, to identify medicines considered critical if they fall into shortage or are discontinued. Currently, the list can only reference these documents as soon as they stood at a fixed point in time, meaning it can quickly fall out of step with the updates to the NIP schedule, which changes several times a year. The bill allows the list to instead track such documents as in force from time to time, so it automatically reflects the current version. This ensures that any medicine on the NIP schedule is properly captured by the watch list's critical impact predictions without the risk of a lag. A number of other minor technical and consequential amendments are also included. These are not radical changes, but they are excellent steps to ensure that those who rely on life-saving, life-changing or simply just necessary medications are informed well in advance that they may no longer have access. This matters. However, there are many things that this bill doesn't do which I think are important to talk to. And it particularly doesn't solve some of the challenges of how to make sure that the medicines that people rely on or people need are on the PBS and are available. And I particularly want to talk about the recent experience of some medicines being removed from the PBS, which has affected and concerned many people in my community. The recent reports that Ocrevus and Kesimpta may be removed from the PBS as a result of a pricing dispute deeply disturbed many people in my community of Wentworth, and many wrote in to share their concerns. They told me about the impact of these drugs that they would have on their ability to operate as a member of society, to leave the house and to participate in employment and education. These are massive impacts which I know are appreciated by this government. These are two of the most widely used high-efficacy disease-modifying therapies for multiple sclerosis in Australia, used by approximately half of the patients being treated for relapsing forms of the disease. The Minister recently announced that these drugs will stay on the PBS, and this dispute did not occur without causing significant concern and grief to the community members who relied on this drug. Now, people wrote to me. People also approached me on the street and told me about their lives and their decisions and the difference that these drugs made to their lives. I remember a young woman coming to tell me, saying she had tried other drugs. They hadn't worked. These drugs had been life-changing in her case, and she was desperately worried about potential of these drugs being potentially removed from the PBS. One constituent wrote to me to tell me that the only two options she faced were a 725% increase in cost from $4,000 to $33,000, or a medication delivered only through infusion at a hospital, which she had already tried and had stopped working for her. This was a significant worry for this young woman as she waited for the announcement from the minister, and I know worried many Australians across the country. Now, I am very glad that the government was able to negotiate that these items remained on the pharmaceutical benefit scheme, but this isn't a solitary example. It followed the recent temporary delisting of the Zoladex 3.6 milligram monthly implant used in the treatment of endometriosis and hormone receptor positive breast cancer, while the equivalent higher dose implant used for prostate cancer remained on the PBS. Constituent raised the pattern that this created, and particularly concerned that some of the recent medicines that were removed were those that had been shown to have greater impact, particularly on women, because both Zoladex and the MS drugs, which is a condition that it disproportionately impacts women. I wrote to the Health Minister about all these issues, and I know there was significant community pressure. This community pressure created real outcomes. Zoladex is now being offered free to breast cancer and endometriosis patients, and the life-changing MS drugs have remained on the PBS. Now, these are great outcomes. But while these negotiations were ultimately successful, the uncertainty and fear that was experienced by patients reliant on these medications was significant to disrupt their sense of safety and security, and that is not acceptable. And I think it indicates that we have some broader issues going on with the PBS, and we do not want to see the same pattern emerge through that we have just had in this case to emerge with other drugs. We can't have medicines coming on and then being removed and then back under negotiations. This is very destabilising, particularly for medicines that deal with chronic diseases and chronic conditions that people rely on. Now, again, this is where I want to raise things that this bill doesn't completely address, because it is likely that this bill not even address expanding the notification period in instances where there are pricing disputes, as there were in these cases, as we expect there may be. It only applies at the point where the issue is discontinuation and shortage of medicines, not disputes and negotiations. The notification framework within that this bill touches upon should be expanded with this in mind, as has been proposed by the member for Kooyong in detailed amendments, because these negotiations have occurred against a backdrop of broader pressure on the pharmaceuticals benefit scheme, as identified in the 2021 Health Technology Assessment Review. The ramifications of the United States Most Favoured Nation pricing policy, combined with Australia's diminishing attractiveness in pharmaceutical companies as a market, owing to comparative lower pricing and slow approval times, means that innovative medicines are increasingly failing to reach the PBS at all, or are at heightened risk of removal once listed. Discontinuation of a drug is not the only reason why they're risk of disappearing from our shelves, and the requirement to notify our patients should reflect changing dynamics, such as the increasingly prevalent pricing disputes. Australia's lack of manufacturing capability also means that while we're not only left waiting for the most innovative medicines, we're also not able to make it ourselves, especially in times of crisis like a pandemic, where there are disrupted supply chains or worse. I know that the Minister and the Department will be considering these concerns closely, but legislation like this is an opportunity to make a real difference in the lives of people who've been waiting in limbo while reports of discontinuation and negotiations occur, and further increase accountability mechanisms. That's why I do support the member for Kooyong's amendments today. They seek to provide further safeguards and notification procedures where pharmaceutical companies provide less than 12 months' notice, as well as expanding the notification requirements when they apply beyond discontinuation and/or shortage, and requires a national medicine security review. I support this bill. It will improve the notification process for pharmaceutical companies forced to discontinue medicines for reasons outside of their control, giving patients who rely on those drugs more advance warning, and as a result, improving their lives. However, this bill could go further in addressing Australia's medicine shortages, and the risk that this problem grows is significant. I hope the government will consider strengthening it in these regards and adopt some of those amendments that have been put forward.
And I thank the member for Wentworth. The question is that the amendment moved by the honourable member for Kooyong to the amendment moved by the honourable member for Lindsay be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Swan.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Most Australians never think twice about whether their medicine will be available when they need it. They simply expect it to be there. If you come down with the flu, you expect to walk into a pharmacy and find cold and flu medication on the shelf. If you have an infected wound, you expect to be able to pick up your antibiotics when your doctor prescribes them. If you live with ADHD, you expect your medication to be there month after month, not subject to a lottery of which pharmacy will happen to have it in stock. If you're going through menopause, you expect your hormone replacement therapy to be there when you need it, not rationed or unavailable for months at a time. During the COVID-19 pandemic, we saw the vulnerability of supply chains across our country, and in particular, this was heightened when it came to medications. What we saw was pharmacy visits become a real source of anxiety for Australians who depended on certain types of daily medication. I remember during that time, my son, who was 2 years old, was diagnosed with asthma. And if I look at my husband's family, my father-in-law, he had asthma as a young man and was one of the first people to try Ventolin. And I'm going to say that there was indeed a life-changing medicine for him. So that was my father-in-law. Of course, my husband has asthma, so when my son was diagnosed, it was not a surprise. However, what was a surprise is that diagnosis happened during the pandemic, and so when the doctor prescribed Ventolin, of course, I went to the pharmacy next door and assumed that I'd be able to buy Ventolin there and then, but that was not possible. And so I went home and I called another 5 pharmacies. None of the pharmacies within my neighbourhood had this medicine in stock. And as a mother, the fear starts to rise of like, I don't have this really important medication for my 2-year-old who isn't necessarily the best communicator. So of course I then took to Facebook and had a note on Facebook and was kind of like, does anybody know where I can get children's Ventolin from? And a dear old friend, Liam Juicy, was like, yep, I know where you can get it. And so I drove like 30 minutes out to Midland Pharmacy and Compounding Centre and was able to actually pick up the medication that I needed. But the thing that I saw was that it shouldn't be through persistence or lottery that you get access to the medications. The additional thing that I saw during the pandemic was there were particular shortages out in regional communities, and what I remember seeing was people needing medication and basically asking on Buy Nothing to say, does anyone have access to this medication for my father who doesn't have access to this in the regional communities? And you know what? We saw that happen and we said that that was absolutely unacceptable. But the shortages of medicines aren't just an inconvenience felt at the chemist counter, they can happen in other places as well, such as our hospitals and even treatments as essential as IV fluids. And at times these have been in short supplies. They can affect the very systems that our hospitals rely on to keep people alive and well. From the chemist counter to the hospital wards, Australians expect medicines to be there when they need it. They should be able to count on it, and that is something that this government is determined to protect. And that's exactly what the Therapeutic Goods Amendments, Medicines Shortages and Other Measures Bill 2026 sets out to do. This bill amends the Therapeutic Goods Act 1989 to implement a series of practical public health measures that strengthen the way that Australia identifies, manages and responds to medicine shortages and discontinuations so that Australians can have confidence in ongoing supplies of medicines that they rely on from everyday treatments right through to life-saving therapies. Global supply chains are complex. A shortage in Australia can be triggered by a manufacturing problem on the other side of the world, a shipping delay, a spike in global demand, or even a regulatory issue in another country. Some disruptions are simply unavoidable, but how we prepare for them, how we monitor them, how we respond to them is absolutely within our control. And this bill strategically is changing our ability to do that. Since 2019, Australia has had a mandatory reporting scheme requiring pharmaceutical sponsors and the companies responsible for supplying medicines here to notify governments when a reportable medicine is in short demand or is being discontinued. That scheme set out a good framework for communication, but stakeholder consultation over the past 2 years, including extensive engagement with patients, health practitioners and industry, has identified where it can be improved. The Albanese Labor government has listened to this bill and is responding to that feedback. At the centre of this bill is a change to how far in advance sponsors must notify the government of a permanent discontinuation. Under the current law, sponsors only have to give 12 months' notice when a discontinuation is likely to have a critical impact. For other medicines, the requirement is just 6 months. That's a 6-month gap, and that gap matters. It means that for a whole category of medicines, patients and their doctors have historically had half the warning time to prepare, simply because a discontinuation was not classified as critical, even though for the person relying on that medicine, the disruption is critical to how they live their lives every day. This bill lifts that requirement so that all reportable medicine discontinuations must be notified at least 12 months in advance, or as soon as practical after the decision is made, where unforeseen circumstances, such as a sudden manufacturing issue, make that impossible. This matters because predicting in advance whether the discontinuation will turn out to be critical is not always straightforward, and patients and health practitioners deserve as much notice as possible, regardless of the classification. 12 months gives doctors, pharmacists, patients and the community more time to plan and prepare for these potential shortages. The bill also requires sponsors to keep government updated if their plans change, for instance, if the discontinuation is delayed, brought forward or called off altogether. This closes a gap in the current framework and ensures the information government and health practitioners are working from stays accurate. Alongside this, the bill expands the Secretary of Department of Health, Disability and Ageing power to request information about availability, shortages and discontinuations from all sponsors of approved medicine, not just those on the reportable list. We saw IV fluids just how significant a shortage of non-reportable medicines can be. This shortage affected all 3 of Australia's IV fluid suppliers, with the Therapeutics Goods Administration warning that global disruptions were likely to continue well into 2025. In response to that shortage, our government acted. We invested $20 million, matched by Baxter Healthcare, to expand the only onshore IV fluid manufacturing facility in the country. That investment set out a boost of local production by 20 million units in a year, taking our onshore production to 80 million units annually from 2027, and reducing our reliance on overseas supply chains that are vulnerable to the exact type of disruption that we saw in 2024. That is a kind of practical, decisive response Australians expect when a shortage puts pressure on our hospitals, and this bill means the government has more time to gather the information it needs to respond, no matter what the medicine is affected. This bill also makes a practical change for sponsors of biological products, such as tissue-based treatments, cell-based therapies, and blood-derived products. Under current law, therapeutic goods with common characteristics can already be grouped under a single register entry, but there is no equivalent power for biological products. This means sponsors are currently forced to maintain separate register entries and pay separate annual fees for products that are essentially the same thing, differing only in minor ways such as formulation or approved uses. This bill allows the Secretary to determine common biological groups so that similar biologicals can share a single entry on the Australian Register of Therapeutic Goods. It's a sensible change that reduces duplication and cuts unnecessary cost and administrative burden for industry without compromising safety or oversight. The bill also strengthens the legal footing behind the inspection regime that is already keeping trial participants safe. Through the Therapeutic Goods Association Good Clinical Practice Inspection Program, authorised inspectors visit clinical trial sites. This is really important, and it's something that we need to make sure that we continue to do. The thing that I'd say is that for this bill, what we're trying to do is ensure that Australians have the medicines, what they need and what they want, and when they actually have them. And this bill continues to ensure that we do this in a methodical way, and we're strengthening the regime to make sure that we do this in a really appropriate manner. I commend the bill to the House.
And I thank the member for Swan. The question is that the amendment moved by the honourable member for Kooyong to the amendment moved by the honourable member for Lindsay be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Warringah.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the Therapeutic Goods Amendment, Medicine Shortages and Other Measures Bill. And this is really crucially important because Australians need to have confidence that those medicines are there when they are needed and that this is well managed. So I support the measures in this bill to strengthen the monitoring and management of medicine shortages in Australia. At its heart, this bill is based on a simple principle. When the supply of an important medicine is going to change, patients, doctors and pharmacists should have as much warning as possible. Disruption to Australia's medicine supply chain will affect people managing very serious illnesses like from cancer, chronic illness and serious health conditions. So they affect doctors trying to maintain continuity of treatment and pharmacists trying to find alternatives. And of course, shortages create enormous stress for patients who simply need to know that the medicine they rely on will be there when they need it. The bill strengthens the existing mandatory reporting framework by requiring sponsors to provide at least 12 months' notice of a decision to permanently discontinue a reportable medicine where possible. It also requires sponsors to update the TGA where those plans change and expands the TGA's ability to require information about the availability, shortage and discontinuation of any of the approved medicine. These are sensible and practical reforms. They will give the TGA, clinicians and patients and broader community more time to anticipate problems and respond before a shortage becomes a crisis. The importance of these reforms has been brought home recently in our community and around Australia and was really referred to me by constituents who were contacting my office concerned about the future availability of Zoladex. Zoladex, or Gosrelin, I won't be able to pronounce that properly, is a hormone treatment. In particular, the monthly 3.6 milligram implant is used in the treatment of conditions including hormone receptor positive breast cancer and endometriosis. Earlier this year, AstraZeneca announced that the 3.6 milligram form would be removed from the Pharmaceuticals Benefit Scheme from 1 November 2026 for commercial reasons. Now, these are companies that have made substantial profits throughout the recent years, in particular after COVID and during COVID, and so this decision caused incredible stress and concern. I wrote to the Minister for Health, Mark Butler, advocating on behalf of affected constituents who wrote to me fearing their essential medication that they rely on would be cut off. The Department of Health has said that it attempted to retain the medicine on the PBS. So now I welcome the arrangements that AstraZeneca has now put in place to maintain access to Zoladex 3.6 milligrams at no cost for existing and future eligible patients. That provides important reassurance, but it doesn't resolve the underlying issue. The medicine is still being removed from the PBS for commercial reasons, and Breast Cancer Network Australia has made clear that the continuity of program is not a long-term solution. This experience demonstrates why Australia needs earlier warning of discontinuations. Patients should never find themselves suddenly wondering whether a treatment that is working for them will still be available in 6 months' time. Advance warning is necessary, but advance warning alone does not guarantee access. We also need a medicine system capable of responding when a commercially driven decision leaves a genuine clinical need behind. So that brings me to the broader issue which I believe the government should address alongside these reforms. For Australians living with rare, rapidly progressive and life-limiting conditions, the challenge can be the opposite of a shortage. Instead of losing access to a medicine already available here, they can wait far too long for access for a therapy that exists and may already have been assessed and approved by a trusted overseas regulator, but has not entered the Australian system. This issue is particularly acute for rare diseases, including some of the conditions that cause childhood dementia. For those families, time has a very different meaning. When a disease is rapidly progressive, a delay of months or years in relation to access to medicines can mean irreversible deterioration while a family watches a potential treatment remain beyond reach. Australia does not have a mechanism designed to accelerate access. These mechanisms are important and must be maintained. There are fundamental limitations in the system. So to register a prescription medicine on the Australian Register of Therapeutic Goods, a sponsoring company must make the application. For example, for an extremely rare condition affecting a very small number of Australians, our relatively small patient populations can mean that there is insufficient commercial incentive for a sponsor to pursue Australian registration and reimbursement, potentially then delaying or preventing routine access to therapies for patients of rare diseases, whilst those medicines or therapies are available overseas. Medicines, therefore, may not be readily listed and available, and a therapy might be scientifically promising, and it might not be approved by a comparable regulator. If it has been approved by a comparable regulator overseas, Australian clinicians and families may want to have access to it. But if the Australian market is too small to justify the expense and administrative burden for a commercial sponsor, there may simply never be an application for the TGA to assess. So that is, I would argue, a system or market failure. In 2021, a bipartisan House inquiry into the approval of new medicines specifically recommended that the Commonwealth establish a fund to enable patients, clinicians and non-profit organisations to sponsor registrations and applications and reimbursement applications where there is no realistic prospect of a pharmaceutical company doing so. So I therefore call on the government to establish a faster, clearer and more transparent pathway for therapies addressing a high to be listed or for an application to be made to address that high unmet clinical need. The precise mechanism should be developed with the TGA, clinicians and patient groups and industry. But doing nothing effectively allows market size and commercial prospects to determine whether or not a sponsored application is made and whether some Australian patients even get the opportunity for therapy to be assessed. So I support this bill because medicine shortage and discontinuations need to be identified early and managed better. The experience of Zoladex demonstrates in real time the importance of that work. But medicine security is about more than knowing a shortage is coming. It is about ensuring patients have a clear and reliable pathway to what comes next. We need a system that anticipates gaps, secures alternatives and protects continuity of care.
And I thank the member for Warringah. The question before the Federation Chamber is that the amendment moved by the honourable member for Kooyong to the amendment moved by the honourable member for Lindsay be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Ford.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. While I never thought that I would be talking about soybeans and sweet potatoes in the context of a bill on effectively medicine shortages, I'll just flag that as something that I'll return to later in my speech, as a bit of a page turner, perhaps, meanwhile would rise in support of the Therapeutic Goods Amendment, Medicine Shortages and Other Measures Bill 2026. And the Therapeutic Goods Charges Amendment Bill 2026, And in doing so, I recognise the really quite incredible work of the Minister for Health and Ageing in leading the government's strategy for health, but also the work of the Health and Social Services Committee of the caucus, which many ways takes the aspirations and the dreams of Labor Party members across the country, and the communities, of course, from which those members come, and I think that ultimately it is this piece of legislation sits within Labor's core mission, sits within Labor's DNA of providing a quality and universal health system, because I think that when you look at the work that's been done through this government and through the Labor Party in general, remembering that it was the Labor Party that created the PBS almost 80 years ago under the Prime Minister Ben Chifley, that the work that this Labor government is doing to build on that work through building on the PBS, cheaper medicines, bulk billing, tackling specialist fees, making urgent care clinics a central part of our health system. I think that it just goes to show that the Labor Party very much believes in universal and quality health care, while the Liberal Party, we learned today, is still trying to figure out what exactly Medicare means, is still trying to work out a definition of Medicare, which is hardly surprising from a party that was led by Prime Minister John Howard, who believed that Medicare was a rort, by Prime Minister Tony Abbott, who tried to kill Medicare literally by 1,000 cuts by imposing a co-payment on bulk billing on doctor visits, and by Turnbull and Morrison, who tried to throttle Medicare when none of those other things worked, by keeping the premium, keeping the rebate at which was paid to doctors at the same rate for the time that they were in government. And so it is very much that healthcare, universal healthcare, sits within Labor's mission, because it is one of those examples of things while the Labor Party and the Labor movement exists to advance the economic interests of working class Australians, there are some things that you can achieve on the shop floor. Wages and conditions at an enterprise level are the sort of thing that you can achieve on the shop floor, but what you can't achieve on the shop floor is universal and quality healthcare. That can only be achieved by having control of chambers like this, of parliaments like this, where you need governments and parliaments to make the laws and to provide the resources that provides those services such as universal healthcare. And so that's why the Labor Party exists, to take those things that you can't achieve on the shop floor but are so important to the economic interests of working class Australians. And so here it is that this work is sitting in this legislation is sitting within that general work. Now, of course, universal and quality, that is, I think, what Medicare means to us. And this bill, I think, deals with the quality of our health system, because I think while medicine shortages have not been necessarily something new to the Australian experience, I think COVID really showed us what it means to be a country at the end of supply chains. And I know that I remember trying to help a friend before I got elected to this place look for Ozempic, which I think was the first big shock to our health system and health consumers when Ozempic suddenly became a massive shortage. And this was a woman who really needed it for diabetes treatment, and she couldn't get it anywhere. And so I would just give a shout out to the Pharmacy Guild, who I was able to get a hold of, and who was able to do a ring around for us to find a pharmacist who was able to supply Ozempic I think at the beginning of that crisis. And even if it involved a logistical exercise in getting it delivered from across the other side of Brisbane, it did alleviate was really life-changing for her to manage her diabetes. And so it is that medicine shortages are becoming, again, much more acute post-COVID. And recently, September last year, as a Member of Parliament, a constituent came to me looking for some help because she couldn't get the hormone replacement treatment Estradiol, a patch which deals with perimenopause and menopause. And so while again, we were able to help her through the Pharmacy Guild, who provided a solution for that. It really did show to me, at that real world level, what it means when somebody is having trouble getting the medicine that they need. And so, in preparation for this speech, I was looking at some media there, and came across a story by the ABC's health reporter Lauren Roberts, in which she talks about what the shortage of Estradiol means. And so I'll quote a bit from her story, and I think she really does sort of sum it up well. Lauren Roberts said, Australian women are cutting their menopause patches in half. By the way, this story is from May this year, so this is happening right now. Australian women are cutting their menopause patches in half, travelling interstate to fill scripts and going without amid ongoing supply shortages. It's an issue that Rachel, who didn't want to use her surname for privacy reasons, knows all too well. Rachel says, whenever you can't find your medication, you go into a bit of a mild panic. It's like, oh, my quality of life is going to tumble. There's nothing available. End quote. Over the years, Rachel spent hours calling pharmacies to check what they have on hand before travelling long distances to get the right medication. I feel this is a story that all of us as elected members and community representatives come across all too often. Pharmacist and nutritionist Sarah Gray, who specialises in perimenopause, said these patches weren't cosmetic or optional. She said, they are prescribed to manage hot flushes, sleep disruption, mood instability, cognitive symptoms and overall daily functioning. For many women, they are the difference between coping and not coping at work, at home and in leadership roles. These medications can be life-changing. Lauren Roberts, the journalist, says, in 2023, the local market grew tighter after one brand of hormone HRT patch approved for use in Australia was discontinued, putting an increased demand on those still available. Ada Chung, an endocrinologist at the University of Melbourne, said it wasn't just Australia experiencing shortages, with the United States and the United Kingdom also impacted. Professor Chung said that the first issue, along with the supply chain, was at the... And here we get to the bit about soybean and sweet potatoes. Professor Chung said that the first issue along the supply chain was at the start, with soybeans and sweet potatoes, the raw ingredients used in most patches, in high demand and short supply globally. Who would have thought that something as basic as those two things could have such profound ramifications? Lauren Roberts goes on to say that there are reports of some patients cutting patches in half, sharing medication, spacing out doses or going without to cope with the scarcity of supply. And in Brisbane, community pharmacist Tani Simpson said patients would drive in search of a unicorn, looking for their preferred brand. There may be one box, Tani Simpson, the pharmacist, said, there may be one box sitting in a far-off pharmacy a long way away and they will drive for it. And for me, my heart sinks because it also means that I can't provide care to that patient. And so it is, I'm sure, that all of us, that our hearts sink when a constituent comes to us and can't get the life-changing, the life-saving medication that they rely on. And of course, by the way, I just thought it was interesting, relevant to talk about perimenopause and menopause, because, as I say, this legislation sits in the broader government strategy of universal and quality healthcare. And when it comes to perimenopause, the government has introduced a new item number for GPs to conduct an assessment with patients on menopause and perimenopause. And we've also listed 3 new menopause hormone treatments, 3 new treatments done for the first time in 2 decades. And these are treatments which are already being used by women, 150,000 women across Australia. Potentially that's 1,000 women in each of our electorates who at the moment are spending $580 a year on those menopause hormone treatments, who will now be getting them at the PBS rate. And so, as I say, this legislation, while technical and slightly complex in its nature, sits at the very heart of the Labor Party's mission and this government's mission to make healthcare universal and quality. Of course, as I say, these shortages in medications and in medical products are not new, but they've been exacerbated by COVID and by the supply chain pressure that we feel on all sorts of products all around the world. And so, while mentioning soybeans and sweet potatoes in a speech on Medicare shortages, on medicine shortages, I suppose it shouldn't be any surprise that I could also mention copper and steel and aluminium, because those 3 things are also examples of what the Albanese Labor government is doing when it comes to addressing the issues of national sovereignty. That by protecting our foundational industries of steel in Whyalla, of copper in Mount Isa, and aluminium in Gladstone, we're recognising that for too many years we have become too reliant, that's probably a nice way to put it, we've become too reliant on overseas suppliers to look after us. And now we know that when the crunch is on, we need to look after ourselves, which, by the way, seems to be a fundamental difference in philosophy between the Labor Party and certainly between the Liberal Party and One Nation. Still not always sure about the National Party, the Agrarian Socialists, where they land on this. But I think, you know, when you really get an opportunity to drill down into what One Nation stands for, it's no surprising when you see who backs her that they are actually a party that are economic rationalism on steroids, neoliberalism on steroids. And so it is only the Labor Party that really takes this approach to national sovereignty. And so it was that the member for Swan mentioned earlier that that the Albanese government's approach to the IV shortage back in 2023, where if surgeries weren't being delayed, they were being this close to being delayed, and where patients who just needed, I mean, we are not talking about niche products. When you talk about IV fluid, you're talking about sugar and salt water, where patients' recoveries were being compromised because there was a shortage. It took the Albanese Labor government to invest with Baxter, as the member Swan said, $20 million to bring back that sovereign capability and to try and head off those problems in the future. Of course, not just Baxter, but Moderna, and through the Future Made in Australia package, funding for locally produced medicines and the National Medicine Stockpile just shows that this government sits within this party's great project of what is Australian values of that equality, which sits at the heart of why universal and quality Medicare healthcare is important.
And I thank the member for Ford. There being no further speakers on the amendments tonight, I'll give the call to the member for Calwell.
I move that the debate be adjourned and the resumption of debate be made an order of the day for the next sitting.
I'll put that question, that debate be adjourned and the resumption of debate be made an order of the day for the next sitting. All those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Member for Calwell has a call.
I move that the Federation Chamber do now adjourn.
Thank you. Is the motion seconded?
I second that motion.
And I thank the member for Hinkler. The question now is that that this motion be agreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The Federation Chamber stands adjourned until 9:30 a.m. tomorrow morning.